Sir, Raviraj sir?
Yes.
Begin.
Yes, sir.
Sir, Raviraj sir?
Yes. Good to go. We are good to go.
Okay. Participants are still joining.
There is a voice disturbance, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Sir, Raviraj
We are good to go. Everything is fine. Yes, Anisha.
participants are still joining.
There is a voice disturbance, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Sir, Raviraj sir? Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 2 days faculty development program on media research, organized by the Research Cell of NICO Institute of Communication. As we know, research has become an important part of all of this, and as media educators, it is important that we address these issues and contribute to the field of media research. This program aims at bringing together diverse voices and perspectives important to media research. The 2 days workshop will explore various possibilities and approaches in media research. So I hope this 2 days workshop is going to be beneficial to all the media educators here and also the media scholars who have joined. So we have more than 100 registrations. So I wish all of them have a great session throughout the 2 days. So now I would request the head of the department, Professor Raviraj, to welcome the gathering.
Thank you, Anisha. At this outset, I would like to congratulate our research cell for organizing this wonderful faculty development program. And it is my privilege and pleasure to welcome the dignitaries for today's program. Firstly, I would like to welcome our Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Professor M.S. Muditaya. Professor Muditaya is associated with Nitte family for about 25 years now. Before taking over as the Pro Vice Chancellor, he has served as the Registrar and the Director of Global Initiatives of the university. Dr. Muditaya has published 6 books and several articles in peer-reviewed journals. He has completed more than a dozen research projects funded by various organizations like ICSSR, Ford Foundation, Sri Ratan Tata Trust, Ministry of Finance, etc. He has strong research interest in international business strategy, financial inclusion, and sustainable development. On behalf of all the staff members and students of Nitte Institute of Communication, we welcome you to this faculty development program, sir.
Thank you.
We also have with us Dr. Usharani, a retired professor, University of Mysore, who will be talking to us about how to apply for grants. We also extend you a warm welcome, ma'am. I think she'll be joining in a while. I also extend my warm welcome to the coordinator of our research cell, Dr. Anisha, all our faculty members and students of Nitte Institute of Communication. Lastly, but not the least, all our wonderful participants who have registered for this 2-day faculty development program. I extend a warm welcome to you too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now I request our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. M.S. Muditaya, sir, to give his opening remarks.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Professor Raviraj, Dr. Anisha, and all our learned colleagues at Nitte Institute of Communication, the resource persons who are going to participate in this 2-day online faculty development program, our young student friends, and all the participants in this faculty development program. At the very outset, let me thank you for giving me the pleasure of participating in this inaugural ceremony. And let me congratulate all my colleagues at NICO for organizing this program. I'm very happy that, you have brought together, rather you are bringing together many scholars from different institutions and different backgrounds working in the field of media research. In academics, it is believed that there is nothing like competition between universities or institutions. We collaborate to improve our competitiveness, to enhance our competitiveness. From that angle, I'm very, happy that scholars like Dr. Usharani, Dr. Borushiva Dasgupta, Professor Srinivas Melkote, Dr. Shweta Mukherjee, Dr. Rola Das, Dr. Meera Baindor, and many other scholars from different parts of the country are being brought together to ensure the success of this 2-day online faculty development program on media research for exploring the approaches and also the opportunities. I must say that this program is complementing our university's commitment to develop a kind of research ecosystem wherein the research interests of our staff and students are nurtured, encouraged, and also rewarded. Thanks to our recent initiatives, you all know that the university is now NAC accredited. We have gone for the second cycle of NAC accreditation. The peer team visit just we completed on 8th, 9th, and 10th of this month. That is just last week. Similarly, you also know that continuously we have been in the top 100 bracket among the universities in the National Institute of Ranking Framework. Similarly, even under the QS university ranking, we are now one among the universities in the 401 to 450 band. All these things are made possible because of our efforts to ensure that we not only excel in quality, delivering quality education, but also engage in meaningful research. As you know, dear friends, in any university for that matter, we can't just be the distributors of knowledge. So, generally in colleges and universities, what traditionally used to happen is the teachers, go through the textbooks, bring materials, and pass it on to the students. So we are just like being, retailers of knowledge. Now that no more, you can be comfortable with. What is today required is you should also be like, you should be academic entrepreneurs. As entrepreneurs, you should also be the producers of the knowledge. And therefore, the rules of the game are changing. The expectations of the stakeholders are changing. And therefore, a good teacher today is one who can not only teach very effectively, but also he produces the knowledge and he comes, he meets the expectation of the students in being the producer of the knowledge. In that regard, the university is taking several efforts, and we are trying to provide seed money to the teachers who want to take up research. We are conducting the workshops of the kind of workshop we are having right now, and even when it comes to the evaluation of the performance of the teachers, we have put in place a performance-based appraisal system that looks into not only the teaching and service contributions of our colleagues, but also, research productivity. And I think this is going to be the, not just today, but in the days to come, the importance of research in universities is going to be enhanced. Everybody would be talking about what is the kind of impact you had as a researcher. And the staff development programs of this nature, what you're organizing, is very crucial from that point of view. We must accept that like our universities, in many universities for that matter, we have been teaching kind of institutions. From there, we are slowly now moving to the teaching and research kind of universities. From here, we need move to research and research kind of universities. That is the challenge. But how do you ensure that you move in this direction in the days to come? For which we need have a little bit of hand-holding, we need support our faculty, and therefore the workshops of this nature or the faculty development of this nature are very, very important. Coming to the media research itself, our friends at the Nitte Institute of Communication are taking a lot of interest now. We have teachers actively involving in research. So what needs to be done is we need to start the doctoral program at NICO in the days to come. That is to happen. And similarly, the publication culture must improve. Now, coming to the media research, of course, what is most important to be noted as far as the media research is concerned. I mean, it has not picked up the way the basic sciences and in medical area and the engineering field, the research is taking place. Of course, there is a difference between the nature of the research in media and the other fields are concerned. We certainly need to take note of that. But then the study of the effects of the different mass media on social, psychological, and physical aspects. Similarly, the need for conducting surveys that segments the people based on what television programs they watch, radio they listen, and the magazines or newspapers they read. These are very, very important. Not much work, at least to the desired extent, is not being done as of now. And therefore, there is great scope for quality research in the field of the media. And I'm sure that the kind of workshop we are having now, you would be told about how to go ahead, the approaches, you would be told about what are the funding opportunities and what should be the kind of orientation that is required to be given to our researchers in the days to come so as to be very, very effective in the field of the media research. There are several areas for research, and I'm sure that we have very erudite scholars who are going to address the participants in this workshop. Areas like the nature of medium being used by different segments of our society over the years. Because seniors like me have a small complaint about the media now. When we were young, we were being told that you should read newspapers, you should read journals, you should read magazines and so on. And you should watch, TV channels and so on. But today, we wonder whether it would be right to tell the youngsters to read the newspapers and watch the different channels of the media and so on. Because if you see the kind of glorification of the sensational journalism that is taking place today, sometimes we wonder, should our youngsters be exposed to all those things? I don't know. They are the best judges. We can't comment on that. Similarly, the working of the different media, the technological advances that are taking place today, the differences and the similarities between the different media and media vehicles, then functions and services provided by the media, then the cost associated. This is a very important another area. See, there has to be something like some kind of cost benefit analysis to be done. Now, this has to be scientifically done. And similarly, there are various other areas that should be subjected to quality research. and I'm sure that the workshops like this would throw light on that. There are many people waiting for the guidance of the senior erudite scholars who are participating in this workshop. And I wish that the 2-day exercise that you are going to have a kind of jnana yajna, I would say, would be providing enough food for thought for our young researchers, and will be guiding them in introducing them to quality research and also enjoying the field of research. I wish all the participants all the best, and I wish to assure that any kind of support NICO needs to sustain the kind of quality culture we are trying to develop towards research, and also to encourage research, whatever is required, the university would not hesitate to walk the extra mile. And I wish all the participants all the very best. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate and inaugurate this 2-day faculty development program. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for all that support you have extended. We will surely look forward for all the support, and we will also meet whatever the expectation the university has. And also personally, we are motivated and inspired under your leadership, and your mentoring has always helped us and to do better. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the participants are joining online. The participants are on the YouTube platform, and all the host and the resource person will be on the Google platform. So now we begin our first session. So I request my colleague Dr. Nesara to take over this session, and the session is for ma'am. Can you unmute, ma'am? Usha, ma'am. Yeah. You're muted.
Yeah. And I have a PPT, Anisha.
Yes, ma'am. You can share it, ma'am.
Yeah. How to?
Thank you,
okay.
Anisha.
This is?
Hello.
How to share? How to?
I think Dr. Nesara will introduce Dr. Usha first, and then madam, you can share the presentation, or you can present it on your tab itself.
Tab itself? Okay. Because I don't see any other provision here for sharing.
Your present is on the right hand bottom, madam.
Right.
Present now.
Bottom?
Yeah.
Present now. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. That is the one. Okay.
Okay. Nesara, sir, over to you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Anisha. Dear all, good afternoon once again. Today we have Dr. N. Usharani with us. Dr. Usha is an internationally acclaimed scholar. We are fortunate to have her as our speaker. Welcome to you, madam. Dr. Usha is going to speak on planning and writing grant proposals in this session. This is a 90-minute session. There will be a 60-minute talk by Dr. Usha. Later, there will be a question and answer session for 30 minutes. The participants can post comments and questions through the YouTube chat box. We'll be constantly monitoring the chat box, and questions will be passed on to the speaker at the end of the session. Before we start the session, I want to introduce Dr. Usharani. It will be my honor to introduce her. Dr. Usharani is a former professor of journalism, Dean of Faculty of Arts, and ICSSR Senior Fellow in the University of Mysore. She was the founder director of EMMRC, Educational Multimedia Research Center. Dr. Usharani has won many prestigious fellowships, awards, both international and national, such as Lifetime Achievement Award, Business World Media Group, Nadoja Dr. Patila Puttappa Press Award, ICSSR International Fellowship at UN Geneva, American Fulbright Fellowship twice, between 1990 and 91 and 2006 and 2007, and Canadian Advanced Faculty Research Fellowship at McGill University, Montreal, and 2 national awards. She has lead research teams in mega research projects, educational TV, communication research, folk media for communication are her important books. Dear friends, the session starts now. Thank you.
Hello, can you see the presentation? Can you see my slides?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
But I am not seeing. Is it that? Are you seeing?
No, it's not.
Now I open a window
Yeah.
and this is it. Okay.
It was there before, actually.
Yeah, it is there.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
But I am not going to see, is it?
You should
Are
be
you
able.
able to see?
Yes, ma'am. We are able to see the.
We are able to see it, ma'am.
Huh?
We can
Yes,
see it,
we
ma'am.
can see your slide.
Okay. I am not able to see the slide.
1 minute, ma'am.
Yeah. I'm seeing only you're presenting to everyone. That is the message I have.
Madam, if it is difficult, you can open PowerPoint on your computer and you can
Okay.
that. Meanwhile, you can continue.
But you are seeing my presentation. Huh?
Oh yeah, you have to share screen actually.
I have to share screen. Yeah, I'm sharing. Is sharing a window.
Can you close the presentation once and reopen it, ma'am?
Okay. Oh, that's it, is it?
Sorry. Madam, on the right hand side, you can see there are two media development options. That is your email ID.
Huh.
There is one media development which is active, and then there is a presentation. You just have to select the presentation window. It will appear for you.
On the
also.
right side, is it? On the right side top?
You have to present now again.
Okay, present now. Okay. Then a tab.
Yes, just present
Or
it.
is it a window? Just the present? Or your entire screen?
Entire screen.
Okay.
Open
Okay.
PPT.
No. Hello? Yes. Okay. Oh, should I do that? Okay. 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 Hello? Yeah. Yeah. Now I have sent the PPT by email. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. I'll do that. Just a minute. Yes, I have opened it. Yes. Yeah. Google. Just a minute. Just a minute. Yeah. Yeah. Journal. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Present now. Present now and then PowerPoint. Okay. Okay. Yes. I have clicked the entire screen. Oh, yeah, it's here. Share your entire screen. Yeah. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Not yet, ma'am.
Not yet. But it's not showing share. Yeah, I unmuted. Okay, okay. Is it ready? Shall I? Hello? Huh? Oh,
Yes, ma'am. You can begin.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Okay. Just be on that slide, huh? Till
Yes.
I'll just say this, huh? Okay, then you can change the slide, huh? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'll give some indication, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon, friends. I'm extremely sorry for the mess up for a few minutes, and I'm sorry for the delay in the presentation. At the outset, let me congratulate all of you, especially the Nitte Institute of Communication, headed by the Pro Vice Chancellor, and my young colleagues at Nitte, and my beloved students and research scholars, for having gathered for this presentation. But it's a great moment for Nitte, I think, because they have organized a faculty development program on media research and exploring opportunities. This is relevant and meaningful. So I congratulate the Nitte team headed by Professor Raviraj and his young team for organizing this FTP and giving me an opportunity for this presentation. I'm getting an echo. Is the audio okay?
Yes, ma'am. Here the audio is okay.
Okay, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, then I will mute this my
Yes, ma'am.
tabs audio. Okay. Friends, I have been asked to make a presentation on planning and writing grant proposals. Having worked on mega projects as well as minor projects, I would like to share my experience of doing a project, writing a proposal. And it's a big academic journey for me and a great learning experience. And it taught me many things in life. And today, I believe in the idiom that knowledge is power. You know, I have gained a lot of knowledge, scholarship, and I have contributed a lot to literature. So this is what the research projects do to the principal investigators and others involved in research. And before I come to the core of the presentation, I'd like to spend a couple of minutes on the research itself, because research is, as all of you know, is something, it has got to do with investigation, and it is discover something, it is finding out new things, and it is prove some theories. We do research to disprove theories, concepts, ideologies. It also is done to dispel negative thoughts and wrongs in research, in the previous research studies. Then research also answers fundamental questions about a subject. And it is nothing but scientific analysis of information. And I feel with all the experience of research, that research is a method to learn more about a subject. And so you become more knowledgeable about a subject for having involved in a research project. And all of you know, my young colleagues have already published some papers, and they have earned their doctoral degrees, and so they know the significance of research and why research is done, why it is important. Research is done to improve the quality of life, and it helps society at large to lead a better life. That is, it is for the humanity, you know, it helps in the well-being of the humanity. And all of us link research to medical science, because that is the science that serves humanity, and that is tangible. The results are tangible. And it also, it helps in understanding the behavior and attitude of the people. And research, it helps in drafting policies. Government brings in laws, but before that, it drafts policy committees, and research data, research findings is used for drafting scientific policies, education policies, communication and development policies, and a host of others. And it also helps in framing law, and by and large, we must say that research helps in protecting and promoting the interests of humankind. And so we try to understand social, political, economic, and cultural scientific impact on society through research. And any research, for that matter, ought to be public. If it is, please keep this in mind. If it is publicly funded, that is funded by the government, you cannot say that you have a right over that and you can keep further findings for yourself. You have to share research with the public and you have to put the document in the public domain. You know, and research therefore has to be objective because someone else is going to test, replicate the research that you have done. Therefore, it ought to be objective and it ought to be empirical in the sense it should be observable experience. We usually say, make a statement, research is empirical. What do you mean by that? Empiricism. It is observable. That's all. It should be observable. One should be able to experience what you have done. And systematic. Systematic in the sense it ought to be systematic. There is a process involved in that. And research is predicting. You have to make predictions. So that is why you draft hypothesis and research had to be rational. So you do research to test. My dear young friends, I have only one thing to share here. That is use research studies in teaching. It enhances. I tell you the difference between university teaching and the teaching that takes place in the IITs and IIMs. The major difference is they bring the research findings, they bring the research papers to the classroom. They share it in the classroom. And that is the reason why it enhances, enriches the teaching in IITs and premier institutions. Today, if you take reporting, you cannot, I feel personally, after having worked on many projects and papers, you cannot teach reporting, political news reporting, without touching political communication studies. So take some solid 4 to 5 studies in every subject, in every topic, and go to the classroom. If you, even assignment should be given on the research studies that have been done on this particular particular issue, and put it in the, share it with students, and students will be will like the way of your presentation. They like the additional information. Today every student Googles the information. The moment you start lecture, they Google. So in order to enrich such lectures, you take the studies. Studies will be very, very helpful in enhancing teaching and makes teaching a better place to learn, both for you as well as for your students. Now I'll come to the formal definition of research. It is in my PPT, and the formal, there are some gold standard definitions, I call them, in research. And you have to go by that definition before you embark on other definitions or trying to understand the meaning of research. I quote Kerlinger here. He says scientific research is an organized, objective, controlled, qualitative or quantitative empirical analysis of one or more variables. So this is what research means. Whether you work on literature, on Kalidasa or on Shakespeare or Lankesh films, it ought to be scientific. It is not science. It ought to be scientific. There is a process. It ought to be factual. That is what it means. So it ought to be factual, it ought to be controlled, it ought to be empirical. Even a critical critique of Rangayana plays, Parva, is, it comes under scientific research. So you are a writer, a student of literature, and you study and you do research, but even your research ought to be scientific is what it means. This is one formal definition that I wanted to share with my students, with the participants. And before we go into the writing of the research proposals, let me spend a couple of minutes on the academic. And there are 2 types of research we usually do. And that is, one is academic research, and the other is private or applied research. As media students, you know what is academic research and what is private or applied research. All ratings research, ratings research comes under the private or applied research. And I have given you the characteristics of applied as well as academic research. Once it is academic and pure research, publicly funded, it should be on the public domain, is what I mean to say. So it should be on public domain, and it is time consuming, it is effective research, and nobody is interested except the scholars. And but the private applied research is today there is a demand for researchers, young researchers in applied research, because the expertise available is very, very limited. As a result, you have to have to just a minute. Yeah. Because when you are using laptop, you get a lot of cookies and other things, and that's why I took a fraction of a minute to answer that cookie. Okay, coming back to the types of research, it is academic. Any research, media research, can be either academic or private applied research, and it is universities or the places where we do the academic research. Even the premier institutions in the country, IITs, IIMs, and all the academic research institutions are involved in pure research, academic research, and commercially. Private or applied research is conducted, and it is remunerative, and there is a big money, and it's a huge industry today. And coming to the next slide, and now I come to the very core of the research, preparing research proposals. Young scholars like you pose questions. Where is the funding for research? That's a very important question. Where do you find the funds? What are the challenges? So the challenges, you have government funds, and what is the research culture in social sciences? Let us examine, as far as this slide is concerned, let us examine. And here today, if you take so there is government funding, there is non-government funding, there is NGOs, but all of us know that there is funding is inadequate. Most of the funds are cornered by advanced institutes of research. And as far as publications are concerned, nobody is happy with the publications, because measuring the quality is the biggest challenge that all of us are facing. The next slide gives you the total number of universities and other statistics. Today, friends, we have more than 900 universities in India, with more than 800 departments of social sciences. While and academic research the universities are the epicenters of academic research. You can see in the slide there are 200 plus government research institutes, autonomous research organizations, which undertake only social science research. As far as government funding is concerned, there is ICSSR, UGC, and government departments. It may be Department of Health, the Department of Education, there are a Department of Electronics, and Department of Communication. And as far as non-government funding is concerned, today we must admit that in India, the non-government funding has helped the social science research, and in a big way. It has facilitated, I must say, research in a very big way, because today we see good number of studies on gender, Dalits, environment, and marginalized sections. And it has brought these new issues on public agenda. And it has contributed to the debate on social and development policy, thanks to non-government funding. And even NGOs are playing a very important role, but they carry out action-oriented research. NGOs carry out action-oriented research, and generally they do not have longer-term interest in research. And one more thing about NGOs is the quality of research work is not yet established. And as far as action-oriented research is concerned, NGOs are not involved in academic research. It may be child trafficking, child labor. So they collect information needed for an action to take place and implement practical solutions. So the action-oriented research is a different kind of research that is undertaken, and that has helped the health department and the labor department and women and child care departments. And the NGOs have done yeoman service by working on action-oriented research. And today, if you take research institutes funded by ICSSR, under the family of ICSSR, you find 30 institutes completely funded by government. Okay, and I go to the next slide. And you will find there are established. Let me spend a couple of minutes on ICSSR itself, because ICSSR, since it was established, since its establishment, it's an autonomous research institution, and it has encouraged broad-based social science research through its 30 network of institutes across the country. And ICSSR has also convinced the respective state governments to encourage and support research in social science. My dear friends, today, when I started my career, there was nothing like the social science research. Recognition of funding was very, very minimal. But today, comparatively, it has improved, and government has recognized that we need to support research. So it has brought recognition to social science research, which was unheard of. We used to be dismissed as arts faculty, arts department, arts research. But today, it has earned respectability because of the wonderful empirical quality research that has been done by national and international social scientists from India. So the council has been given a free hand by the government to pursue research agenda, and therefore today you have the highest volume of research. If you compare India with other South Asian countries, India tops the list. It's far ahead of other countries in South Asia, and there is a wide disparity in the output across the country, both in terms of quantity and quality. And there is no, like inventory that can say that these are the number of institutions supported by government and supported by non-government, as far as social science is concerned. But in science, there exists an inventory. However, the quality of the large majority of institutions neither conform to international academic standards, nor have been able to make significant contribution to social science research. So this is, there are some limitations, there are some negative aspects to this. And today, the publication is a major casualty, where our papers are published in low impact journals or no impact journals at all. So this is the most visible challenge that all of us are facing, how to get our papers published in the research journals, quality research journal, indexed research journals, and high impact research journals. And now today, the research organizations, there are bulk of, there are public funded institutions, I said. These are the established centers. These are premier. What you see on the PPT, they are the premier research centers in the country. And right from Delhi School of Economics to Center for Policy Research. And there is emerging, the next slide, you can see emerging centers for social science. You can see even Indian Institute of Dalit Studies. That is where I said that social science has taken a big leap. Research in social science has taken a big leap with the establishment of institutions to study the marginalized classes. And so there are major players here today, but it is confined mainly to premier institutions in the country. And coming to the funds, I must say that this year, our Honorable Finance Minister, Madam Nirmala Sitharaman, has given us enough funds for research. It runs to 50,000 crores. Why social scientists should be very happy with this allocation is, They have called it as National Research Foundation. So that is NRF. This is a new overreaching body that will fund research and infrastructure in all disciplines, including humanities and social sciences across all the institutions. So this is the good news for the social sciences faculty, humanities faculty, because you must also understand how it is framed. It was floated in 2019. It says National Research Foundation. Any research had the prefix or affix of science, but today it is just called National Research Foundation. That means it is going to have an interdisciplinary approach, an integrated approach, and it has accommodated the social sciences and humanities. And 50,000 crores is a lot of money for research. And this is good news and good development as far as India is concerned, as far as Indian social science is concerned. Coming to the next slide, we have identified some of the funding agencies in India, UGC, ICSSR. Then you approach the state governments, IT department, you have health department, ad agencies, ICAR, that is agriculture research, Department of Electronics and Information. All these are, and NCSTC. This you can approach throughout the year and get funds for conducting programs, conducting research in science communication. As far as international agencies are concerned, we collaborated with UNICEF. I can say with confidence, the kind of experience I had, I'm going to cite that proposal too, and that we got enough funds from the UNICEF, and there is a lot of funds available to tap. And you have to approach AP, Telangana, and Karnataka office that is located in Hyderabad, and they are ready to fund at any point of time. And they have helped us too. And they are helping many universities, many journalism and mass communication departments in the country. Apart from it, all the UN agencies, UNAIDS, UNESCO, UN Population Funds, UN Population Fund, I have taken money from the UN Population Fund too. And then they funded a radio program, production of a radio program, and learn and study the impact of the radio program called Kusuma Bale on the Akashvani. And then there is UNICEF and UN Women. This is encouraging research proposals on gender equality, empowerment of women. Then there's WHO. Then outside the UN, you have Ford Foundation. Please subscribe to IG Network. I'm sure that most of my young colleagues are getting the bulletins of IG Network, that is International Journalist Network. They don't fund, but they give you a lot of information about funding agencies, funding opportunities, and other valuable information, valuable academic information. So also the Journalism Fund, and also the Pulitzer Center, and East West Center. These are all American-based agencies, and they fund you. And with a proposal, you can approach them anytime. Next slide is we come to the core of our presentation, that is research proposal. How to go about a research proposal. A proposal is a process. I called it a process because it ought to be scientific. It has an element of a big component of planning, and it has management, and you get the funds, but the challenge is the implementation. Okay, in social sciences, I got funds to the tune of 5 crores. So the challenge was how to implement, how to utilize the funds. So before that, you should plan, before even submitting for 5 crores, how to implement the programs. What are the things you can do under this proposal? So the implementation part of it, and the last part is the deliverables. It's a process. That is the outcome. Research plan is what you intend to do, why you want to work on this particular issue, why do you think it is important, and what has already been done. You are not the first person to study this. So what are the other previous studies that have been done? And the next biggest challenge is, how are you going to do the work? So there is a process research proposal. Now coming to the next, this is the heart of the research proposal. All research proposals, each research proposal is unique, I agree. But all research proposals should have these basic components. So one is the title, the introduction, getting the title itself, and research design. This is another soul of the research proposal is the research design. There comes the target population, sampling, data collection, research outcomes or results, and structure of the project, execution schedule, monitoring and evaluation. There is a spelling mistake in the evaluation, I think. Next is timeline, getting necessary approvals, developing, testing data collection tools, questionnaire, data collection, data presentation, analysis, writing research reports, and project presentation and references. My dear friends, we'll take it one by one and we'll try to understand how to write a research proposal. The next slide is the project title. The proposal. Project title is find a broad area of study. You want to work on health communication. So the very mention of COVID-19 is sufficient to identify the problem. And it's easy for you to establish the significance. And you can identify the long-term goals. But friends, every research must have theoretical framework. That is the challenge that journalism teachers are facing, how to identify the theory. And you must be good in communication theories, and every research should have some theoretical framework. You cannot do research, and you should not you should not make an attempt to study something which is not supported with theoretical framework. So try to work on, there are some subjects which are beyond the theoretical framework, but every research will give some space for theoretical framework. Identify that, and we use a lot of UG, that is uses and gratification research. This is one universal, I'm just giving you the clue here, where UNG theory is applicable to almost 80% of our research studies. So what are the uses and gratification? So when the safest bet may be the uses and gratification research. And so some kind of theoretical framework you have to establish, and then you have to have a construct. You must be in a position, now you have done your PhD, and some of you have enrolled for PhD, and you should know that it is important to understand what is a construct. Construct and the variables. Construct is an abstract concept, okay? And it is created to explain a phenomenon. You take for instance, intelligence. Your intelligence is the phenomenon, a construct. But how do you measure your intelligence? Use the IQ scores, okay? IQ scores tell you. So IQ score is your variable. That is an attribute, a characteristic. So you must be thorough with the construct, how to develop a theoretical construct, an abstract concept, and because research works on two planes, friends. One is theoretical, that is called as the construct, and the other is the empirical plane and the theoretical plane. Please spend some time on how research operates, how proposals should have this component of construct and variables. Because sometimes you just rush and write the hypothesis. But this should lead, construct and variables should take you to write the hypothesis. So every research operates on two planes. One is a theoretical plane, that is abstract. The second one is empirical plane. So construct and the variable and empiricism, that is observable, experienced empirical data. So, and every construct is a concept. Once you are thorough with construct, we say that this researcher can conceptualize, okay, a phenomenon. He or she has developed a skill to conceptualize. Conceptualize is a very, very important word in the proposal. You conceptualize an idea, concept, an idea, and that is theoretical, okay? But you test this, you prove this construct using the variables. So variables vary, and all of you know what are the variables and what are the different types of variables you have. I gave you the example of intelligence. Higher, you can easily construct one hypothesis based on this construct and variables. Higher intelligence causes improved learning among students. So we all believe in this. So you can easily predict. And so intelligence becomes the independent variable, and the learning becomes the degree of learning varies among the student is the dependent. So the learning depends on the intelligence. So how you test the construct, the theoretical construct using the variables, and you apply, what do you do here? Statistical analysis. You introduce statistical analysis in your proposal, and so your proposal gains weight because of the theoretical model, one. Number two, you have the construct, variables, hypothesis along with the objectives, and it also has the statistical tools. You have identified the statistical analysis part of it. Now, I'll just give you some trending subjects. I have not prepared a slide on this, but I'll just give you some probable areas, trending areas. Social media is one. Health, within health, it is COVID-19. And then education through alternative media. The kind of webinars you are doing, the online education you are doing, that is a gold mine for your research. You can make a number of research papers on this online education, and it is in great demand because people want data. And then the other area is women and children, marginalized sections, minorities, Dalits, environment, gender studies, sustainable development, advertising, and peace journalism. Today, there is so much of conflict in the country and outside, whether it is NRC or Delhi riots or January 26 riots. You have to understand peace journalism, and you have a different, and you can work on this, and there is a lot of material available for waiting for the researchers in the media. So the next slide is goals and objectives. Friends, how the goals and objectives, what are the goals? Goals are broad outcomes, and objectives help you to reach the goal, okay? That is the difference. You have the goal and you have the objectives, it helps you. So each goal should help you to frame few objectives. So be clear of the goal, okay? Many PhD scholars write objectives after the study. That's a wrong way of doing. And but now, I don't blame anyone. I don't blame teachers. I don't blame scholars, because this is evolving. Our discipline, the research is evolving, and I'm very happy that quality studies have been done by our scholars in journalism and mass communication. I'm very, very happy about it. So nothing to feel bad about it. It is evolving. And so try to understand and try to frame objectives. And if it is a quantitative research, it should be measurable, okay? And if it is qualitative, then also it should be scientific and objective. And any objective that you have should be manageable, have said, and should be, that is, can you do the research within the budget that you are proposing, within the time frame? So these are very important things in proposals, because you cannot just write a proposal and For instance, today there are many studies, many proposals that have been written on online education, and there is a demand for online education. They say that we need to strengthen learning resources. There is a need is deterioration in the quality of teaching. So what is the solution? Solution is you strengthen learning resources. So in research proposal, you not only see the problem, but you can also predict the solution. What is the solution for this? You cannot just blame the teachers and say the quality is deteriorating. But what is the solution for it? So you would like to test empirically, okay, and the students and the teachers how to implement this solution. So that becomes the subject of your project. So please keep this in mind, certain guidelines for writing the objectives. It should be very clear. You should be clear, and it should be, because the reviewers who reviewed your proposal, they see the heart of the proposal, that is the objectives. So if they are clear, if they are persuaded, if they are happy about it, if they have understood what you mean by these objectives, then it will be, you will have a good, a positive, favorable opinion from the funding agency. So the research goals and objectives are important. Now, the other heart of the issue is the research design. Friends, research design is one of the weakest that I have come across, weakest component that I have come across in our papers, in our research papers. In the beginning of the presentation, I said that there are many challenges. Why our publications are not of international standard, why we are not getting it published in high impact journals. And one of them is the weak research design. So your proposal, the quality of your proposal depends 100% on the research design. Okay? And one thing you must understand, that research design depends on research problem. You are interested to conduct a survey research, but the research problem doesn't require survey research. So it is the other way around. So research design depends on the research problem. So it is nothing but the blueprint of research, and you have to spell out all the methods, all the activities that you will be undertaking, you intend to undertake in this proposal, and be descriptive. Describe what is your strategy, and and identify the total population, target population, and the sampling. And you have to take probability sampling, and in order to make it scientific, generally refers to the theory to be used to justify the use of this particular research method. Why are you using content analysis? What is the theory behind it? You have to spell out. So that is what you mean by research methods. You have to explain a lot of things. And in this, as far as the research design is concerned, and please keep this in mind, that is the heart and soul of your research proposal. Objectives, then the research design. Coming to the next slide, the other thing that we have to identify is research outcomes and deliverables. We call that as research outcomes. What do you expect from this research? What is the outcome? What would be the outcome of this research? And we call them as deliverables. You are developing an app in science. You have developed an app, but in social sciences, it is intangible. The result is intangible. So sometimes the deliverables are tangible, and sometimes they are not. They are intangible. So how so for instance, it is capacity building, you say. Your capacity building is intangible one, and abstract. So the skill development, and all this becomes, and you sensitization. So there is a project where you have a program to sensitize the media personnel on development issues. And so sensitization is again intangible deliverable. So you can identify deliverables even in social science. One question that you can ask your student who has worked on a dissertation is, can you sum up the research outcome? What is the research deliverable of your dissertation or your project? They must be able to give an abstract of the outcome. So here you are predicting the outcome. Okay, in a research proposal, you aim to reach those research outcomes with the methodology, with the kind of tools that you are going to develop or use, and create hypothesis and give deliverables. So this is you have to evaluate your research progress. That is nothing but progress reports. Okay, you have two types of evaluation. One is formative and summative. And so in the research proposal, you have to mention that this component is going to be undertaken during the course of research. Okay, what is formative research? Formative research, as all of you know, is monitoring the ongoing progress of the project, and it provides quarterly reports, okay, concerning meeting objectives. Have you done activities? Have you measured participants' progress? So basically, it also assess the project at particular level. So it may be quarterly, okay, or it may be monthly, or it may be half yearly, but you have to do formative research. Then summative is as the name itself is self-explanatory, it concerns the judging impact or at the end of the project. Okay, it includes both qualitative and quantitative information, and it should reflect the goals and objectives which you identify. So throughout your proposal, what is guiding you is the goals and objectives. They are guiding you through the procedure, and you come to the summative evaluation, and you must be able to see the impact of your research proposal and research, and that you have to. So please include this monitoring and evaluation component in your research proposal. Come to the next thing, that is timeline and budget. This is another very important aspect of the research proposal. Now, there are two types. One is there is deadline research. So there is 2-year research or 1-year research and or 5-year research, and this research also gets extended. Our UPE, University with Potential for Excellence, got extended. It was a 5-year program, then it got extended for another 2 years, then again another 2 years. It came to totally 10 years. So it became a 10-year project. So depending on the progress, depending on the circumstances, the funding agency will extend the timeline. But you have to prepare the proposal for the timeline that has been advertised, that has been given in the notification. So prepare and the budget, prepare the budget, and how much budget is allowed. That is very important. How much, like 5 lakhs to 15 lakhs. So how much is allowed? So go for the maximum budget, okay? You ask for 15 lakhs. So you just say that I'm not prepared to handle 5 lakhs. So prepare yourself to handle bigger funds, bigger money, because at the end of the day, they may not give you all the 15 lakhs, but they may you may end up receiving 7 lakhs or even less than that. So this is prepared for the maximum amount of fund that is notified, create budget, budget head for that. And we call the budgeting as direct and indirect costs. And here you have an opportunity to hire research scholars. And that is a major difference that you find between social science research and science research. In science, they have a science culture where every research scholar has a fellowship or one fellowship or the other because of the hundreds of projects that departments handle, which is not the case in the case of social science departments. So you get the research scholars get only UGC fellowship, if not the project fellowships. So I had the opportunity to hire something like 12 research scholars and research fellows in the UPE, so that we created funds, special funds for the research scholars in social sciences, even for postdoctoral fellows. We created opportunity. So you have, this is your page, and please prepare budget liberally but meaningful. Okay, you should have all the you can show the research activities, and you have to plan for equipment, you have to show field studies, then depending on the schedule, the duration of the project, then you have to plan for the budget. And this is, budgeting is very, very important, because agencies, now coming to the next timeline slide, that is timeline. Next slide. Here it is, timeline is duration of the project. It can be quarterly, half yearly, and the duration is 2 years, but you have to submit the reports, the progress reports, the formative evaluation reports, quarterly, half yearly, or annually. So what you do is divide research into multiple phases, and each phase should have specific objectives and deliverables. Okay, because agencies, you tie up with UNICEF, and they release grant based on your progress reports and statement of expenditure. So also the UGC, unless UC goes to them, they will not release the funds. And so this is where you must be very careful, and you must have the financial discipline as well as the research discipline. Okay, and so the timeline is very important, and it help. All this is should become part and parcel of the research. It looks professional and very inviting. Now, coming to the size of the proposal, next slide. And what I have suggested is that approximately your proposal should run to 25 pages, A4 size, 1.5 space, and times 12 point. You prepare 25 page proposal. Okay, minimum 25 page report. But our UP proposal ran to more than 150, 200 pages. And that is a different issue. That was for a bigger project, and even you can aim for a bigger project. But it depends on the what you are aiming to achieve in this research proposal. So, but it must have all these basic components. I have identified title, specific aims, objectives, preliminary studies, research design, evaluation, timeline and budget, and references. My dear friends, you have to give references. Otherwise, your proposal will not carry any credibility. Budget is also a credibility statement, so also your references. If you don't give references, and you cut a very sorry figure, and they may not take it very seriously as far as the proposal is concerned. Now, coming to the project that I worked, I would like to spend some time on this, the proposal. And this is the format which we submitted to the UGC. It is under University with Potential for Excellence, and we aim to study media and social development. And we took the entire state of Karnataka as the study area. And so this is a huge mega project. And there was focus area 2. We identified this as focus area 2, and we submitted a proposal for 5 crores. When you are submitting for 5 crores, you must study lot of other proposals, okay, and a lot of mega projects, and also you must reflect on the studies that have already been done on this particular subject, and you must know how to write a proposal, because I tell you, this is a unique project. Nowhere in Karnataka, no university has got a project proposal approved in social science for 5 crores. So this is something, a great achievement, because the research culture in the universities today is to promote and support science departments, because it's easy to write a proposal for 10 crore, 15 crore, or even 50 crores. Okay, it was a 50 crore project of which we requested for 5 crore allocation. So, but in science, it is easy to write a proposal for 5 crore. It is nothing, it's peanuts for them. But in social sciences, it is a big challenge. How are you going to? You don't have science laboratories, you don't have scientific experiments, and you don't have to spend on chemicals and laboratories, but you have to spend this money. So, how are you going to justify the allocation of the budget? So, this was a challenge that we faced, but we all worked, and we got this because the proposal was very, very strong. We had these components. One is the introduction. Yes, you have to do research on social development itself and media intervention in social development to write the introductory chapter. Then comes the premises of the study. What were the premises? Mainly we said wherever the media is, where there is high penetration of media, there is high development. So the development that we try to bring in the correlation between development on one hand and the media penetration on the other hand. And we gave the example of your own district, that is the coastal belt of Karnataka, the South Canada. So, introduction, what kind of introduction can you give for a proposal of this? You have to study economic surveys that have been done in Karnataka for the last 10 years. You have to study census reports, okay? And so these are the economic reports that we study to write the introduction and the premises of the study. Friends, you have to be very, very factual here and identify the premises. You have to be factual, you have to work hard, and for that documents government data, quote only government approved data. So you don't Google and write the proposal of this nature, because you have to depend on solid reports that are again available online in the government websites, the latest websites. So you have to have, if you say infant mortality, if you want to say MMR, so the data should be very, very factual. So a committee that is going to come for presentation is going to question every bit of information that you have presented in your proposal. So you cannot blindly say that this is the information. So you have to be very, very, you have to work hard, you have to do one more research on writing this research proposal. Then comes the research focus, where we examine the preliminary studies and arrived at the research focus. And we found that development is not uniform across the communities and across the regions. So you have the Gujarat model of development, you have the Kerala model of development, but we wanted to develop the Karnataka model of development, and we wanted to redefine the very concept of development. And so we wanted to focus on what has not been done, and what was not done was development of media index. We came to know that media intervention is not part of any of the human development reports done by United Nations for the last 25 years. So it is not a component, it is not a criterion to measure the development, is what the report said. So we wanted to experiment, we wanted to use media in a big way as a variable and examine its intervention in the districts of Karnataka. We chose 15 districts with over 15,000 for 20,000 plus households. So each household had an average of 5 persons in a family. So it was a huge sample that we aimed at. So what I'm trying to drive home the fact is, you have to be very careful, and you will find gold mine in studies of this nature, because there are virgin areas, where you can do authentic research and contribute significantly and contribute to the scholarship. So we intend to develop a media index. We wanted to contribute to the improvisation of development index. Is that you measure development using these economic, social, political factors. But what about communication? What about media? What about other issues in social development? Have you measured communal harmony? Have you measured the violence against women? So have you measured the role of media? So all this, there were several aspects to it, and we used all the information to our advantage. The advantage was no study was done before to develop a media index as far as Karnataka, as far as India is concerned, and there was no index that was made. There was no study to contribute media as a intervention, as a measurable intervention in the Human Development Index. So this is a very tough task, and friends, I must admit that it was a tough task, tough journey, but we really enjoyed every moment of it because we were learning. Okay, and it was challenging, and with every report we learned a lot. That is what research does to you. You become more knowledgeable, you become an authority on the subject at the end of the research proposal, end of the research project. That is what we have realized now. Then comes whenever you write a proposal, you base it in the scope of it is in a particular region. Give the profile of that particular region and give the economic statistics. Do not forget to give the economic statistics of that region. You don't know. This is the human development. The South Kannada district is number 1. It's ranked 1. So why it is number 1? And why there is diversity. Profile of Karnataka we examine. Profile of every district we examine from the point of view of diversity. And we found in South Kannada district, there was something like the population of minorities, language, the multilingualism, the language factor. And so the diversity was very high. And you take Udyavani paper, that is high penetration of print media. So all these factors, every district gave us a picture, a pattern of media usage and people's behavior in the usage of media. And so all this helps, and we included it, then gave the rationale. What is the rationale is, there should be justification for your study. And it is important, it is imminent. You call media, but media is not used to measure social development, and why it should not be used. Here is an attempt to give data that is authentic and empirical data in support of the media intervention in social development. Then comes the institution justification. Friends, you work in an institution. Be proud of the institution you work for, because this is another factor that helps you get the project. Okay, since we were part of Mysore University, it spoke very high of our institution, the ranking, okay, the NAC grading, all this, and the contribution of science faculty, social science faculty, all this matters. And institution justification you talk about your own institution, and that is where you find a lot of justification. Then identify a project of this proportion. You must identify the participating departments. departments. You cannot alone, journalism and mass communication alone cannot shoulder the responsibility, because as you see in the title itself, it is an interdisciplinary project where we involve something like 10 to 12 departments. Sociology, social work, political science, economics, and other departments were involved in this project. We created a core group, so it became an integrated approach to social development. You cannot think of development without identifying these departments. So communicate, you must know how to lead a team of social scientists handling this mega project. So identify participating departments. When you identify whether there are SAP departments, whether there are any projects. It really helps to get your project good grades, because if the participating departments are strong and they are already in the project mode, it helps the proposal, and it helped our proposal too. Then comes the expertise available in the focus. Our research team, what is the expertise that each one of us had? So we shared in the proposal what each one's expertise is in this focus of research, and what is the expertise available outside the university. Then comes the principal investigators. We identified the principal investigators. And then comes the next slide, the core group of researchers, and we gave the timeline and budget. Timeline and budget is we divided that into 3 phases, and each has a timeline, and each has a scheduled number of programs, activities, evaluation of work done. So in each phase you have to undertake this, as I explained in evaluation. Then comes the budget. So budgeting is you have to take into consideration when you have a huge project, you can aim to create infrastructure. Why do you write research proposals? Why do you get research projects? It will strengthen the infrastructure. So we strengthen the infrastructure in most of the participating departments, including journalism and mass communication department in Mysore University. So some 8 to 10 departments got the best infrastructure under this project. So you plan for it. So you write down every detail. Don't ignore and don't neglect even the minor feature. Every feature adds to the cost. Every feature, because I told you, we are not buying the beakers, chemicals, and pipettes and laboratories, but we are going to establish resources. And how we are going to establish resources is establishing infrastructure, strengthening the classroom infrastructure, then the media infrastructure, then the information infrastructure in the entire University of Mysore. Then comes the fellowship cost. A project of this nature will have number of fellowships. We offered fellowships, and we offered postdoctoral fellowships. We invited even foreign scholars under this program. So foreign scholars were fully paid, and they came down to Mysore. They stayed with us. They took for orientation programs. They took classes. They conducted many courses under this program. So plan all these activities beforehand. You cannot plan after you have received the proposal. You have to plan. Every word has to go into this document, the fellowship cost, then the books. We built and established a wonderful library, books, and we have donated all our books to the Mysore University library. Today, these UP books are available in the Mysore University lab. And we also brought out a journal, research journal. So you can plan n number of programs under this, and research costs, field studies, and you will have administrative staff. You have to plan for the administrative staff, and professional services. You have to hire internet, you have to hire other services like databases. You become member, you have to subscribe for many journals, you have to subscribe for databases. Mention all that in the mega projects. It helps. Then comes the admin and logistics. All this helped us get the UP project, and we really are thankful to the UGC for helping us to get the project. And because I'm very proud of this project, because why I'm spending so much time. We had 12 10 to 12 research scholars who worked for this project. And today, all of them are well placed in various universities and as well as the other organizations. One of the project fellows is also working for UNDP. Dr. Shiv Prasad got recently a job in UNDP. So this is the kind of positions one can aspire for having worked in a project like this. So you have given the experience of their lifetime. I tell you how. They went for data collection. You go for data collection, sitting in Mansa Gangotri, sitting in Nitte, you don't know what poverty is, what a village looks like. But these are the people who went for data collection. They know what hunger is, what PHCs, how PHCs function, primary health centers function, and what drinking water means. What do you mean by basic amenities, right from housing to drinking water? So you ask them, they tell you. So they have absorbed like a blotting paper. They have absorbed so much of information that I'm sure that their classes today, they are better in quality because they have brought in all their experience, the field experience to the classroom, like the teaching that happens in IITs and IIMs. This is what happens when you have a research scholar, when you have a group of research scholars working on a huge project and they learn a lot. This learning experience is going to improve your teaching and is going to improve. And they have published many papers and they have not looked back. According to me, they have not looked back and they are very, very successful. So this should be the spirit of a project. It should be the aim. And so I'm very happy and satisfied that this project helped many. Even we supported many minor projects of young teachers, and we brought out 15 publications in this project. We published many books in this project. So what I'm trying to tell you is a project or a research proposal is an opportunity, to bring in funds, but it is also an opportunity to learn and improve the image of your institution and contribute to scholarship. And your institution will be very proud of you when you get these projects and work on these projects. And because the amount of learning experience students get is unbelievable, I tell you. The next slide is the UNICEF project. Okay, UNICEF project. This is we tied up with UNICEF, and my dear friends, advise Nitte faculty to go ahead and approach UNICEF in Hyderabad. There is one Mr. Prasun Singh, a Bengali officer, a field officer, and very knowledgeable, and with the projects, and tie up with them. Okay, submit a proposal. He will tell you how to do it, and you will learn a lot. And because we had the experience, a very good experience with UNICEF tie-up, and many universities in the country today have tie-ups with UNICEF. And what we worked on was media intervention in development reporting in Karnataka. So this is not actually a research proposal in that true sense, but this is we aim to at capacity building. We aimed at a deliverable, that is sensitizing the media personnel as far as development issues are concerned. And because today in media you find a vacuum and you find a gap, they cannot interpret the data. You give them the UNICEF charts, you give them the data, the state government data. They are not capable of interpreting these tables, graphs, and they do not know what is MMR, they do not know what is IMR. So they do not understand, because we even understood at the time of demonetization that we journalists, media people have very limited knowledge. They can report politics, they can report crime. Beyond that, their knowledge is very, very limited. But it is the responsibility of media teaching departments to undertake this responsibility and tie up with international organizations and get the benefit. of because they have these strategies, ready templates, ready programs, and that helps you to implement and improve the and learn a lot out of it and publish papers. This also, because it is voluminous data, it gives you an opportunity to collect voluminous data. What we did was here we, as usual, we stated the problem, we identified the goal, objectives, then we gave them the detailed roadmap. This is media intervention in development reporting. Will be the roadmap for this? That means through workshops, through training camps. So do you expect journalists to come to Nitte? No journalist will come to Nitte. You have to go to their place, in the sense to the nearest place, and invite all the journalists in that particular jurisdiction. That means in Karnataka, you have to conduct at least 4 or 5 workshops, training camps in different regions. You have to have one in South Karnataka, North Karnataka, then Old Mysore, Hyderabad, Karnataka. So you have to have regional workshops if you want to. So write the proposal keeping the feasibility in mind. So you are talking about journalists here. So do you expect journalists to come to your place? No. So you have to somehow persuade them to attend these workshops. Then we also planned editors conclave. Editors conclave is one where we invited the editors of leading media houses in Bangalore and interacted with them. So we had an interface. Why the questions? You prepare the questions beforehand and then pose these questions to them. What is the kind of space that you are giving in the media as far as development issues are concerned? And how much space women and children are getting in your newspaper? What are the challenges? What are the limitations? So you try to sensitize the editors, in the editors' conclave. So what we did was we prepared a detailed roadmap, the research design, having giving information about the kind of activities we intend to do during the project period. Then comes the venue. You have to identify the venue, whether it's Tumkur University. We did one in Tumkur as well as in Bijapur University. We did in Bangalore, Mysore University. So even in other universities. So identify them. And I tell you, you have to identify the participants. Who are your participants? And the most challenging part of this proposal was the content. UNICEF is an international organization. They want you to write everything in black and white. And we belong to oral tradition. We speak a lot. We deliver speeches. But they want us to write down the same speech in the form of a module, a lesson. They say, if you are conducting a workshop, so you identify the content. In the proposal, you identify the content. Once the proposal is sanctioned, then you have to work out the research, the modules, work modules, the lesson modules. And so it is a very tough job, once it is sanctioned. And you have to work very hard to prepare the content for each workshop. They say that if you are conducting workshop on the child rights, on child trafficking and media, now the journalists need some material. So what is the lesson module? So you have to identify at least the areas of your workshop where you would like to sensitize the journalists, and then so the content becomes very important in the UNICEF proposal. Then you have to structure it, and comes the timeline. So the timeline and the budget, and you have to even sign an MOU in NAC requirement. I go on NAC accreditation and we always ask for MOU. Is it signed on a plain paper or is it signed on a stamp paper? So you have to get it signed on a stamp paper. And that is, otherwise it has no value as far as NAC is concerned and as far as UNICEF is concerned. So this was the budget that we prepared, and this is and we have identified all this. You can see In the left hand column, we have identified, and we have identified all the budget. The budget is budget heads, and it is broken into units, every unit. So the quarterly, this is the quarterly, and so this is where you have to understand that budgeting is one experience that you will learn with UNICEF, because they have a module and they help you learn this module, and it is very important that you submit a particular module of budget in the particular format. So friends, it is easy to get in touch with the UNICEF Hyderabad and get funds. Immediately you can prepare a proposal, contact them and tell them that you want to prepare a proposal, and they will sit with you and help you write the proposal and tell you, advise you. And this is one way of getting the grant. And also you will get a collaboration with UNICEF. You'll be identified in the international map of UNICEF, and this is a wonderful thing for an institution, and as well and even for the Department of Communication. And the very symbol of UNICEF is friends, you have to keep the interest of your students also in mind. And once you collaborate with UNICEF, that means you are collaborating with a very important organization, wherein you get voluminous data, okay, about development issues. And so you can share it with students, and students will, and they also bring in good resource persons, and your students get good exposure. The teachers also get good exposure to the kind of to knowledge and the media products that UNICEF brings in. So this is I think so. The friends, we have come to these are the two projects that I wanted to share with you. A word about the pitfalls of the proposals. I have not prepared the slide on this, but I would like to spend a couple of minutes on the pitfalls. So this this is the procedure that we usually follow in most of the standard professional research proposal. And what I advise you to do is check for accuracy of information and completeness. If there is a form, and complete the form. If there is a format, there is a standard format, complete the form with information and give factual information. Accuracy is very important. And many a time, we fail to get the proposal because our ideas are not original. So if everything depends on the idea, the title of the project, the title of the proposal. So all of us have the experience of PhD title, and I have the experience of many students calling me on phone and asking me to dictate the title of the research of the PhD program, doctoral degree. So this is I said it's evolving, and but today we have to do away with all that behavior, all that kind of misconceptions that we have about PhD research, and because it is evolving, and we have to work on giving original ideas. Okay, and for this you have to do preliminary research. It's very important that you do original research and on these original ideas. Then why your research proposal gets rejected is because it is not focused properly, and it is very superficial. So if it is superficial, then naturally the experts will not like your project. I have sat on many committees examining this, but first of all, they don't follow the format. And but today things have changed, friends. There are formats available, and please follow the basic format and make a professional, proposal. Submit a professional proposal. And there is one more issue. Once you read the proposal, you will come to know that this researcher has very little knowledge of the work that she or he is going to work on. So you should not expose yourself. There are gaps in knowledge, but proposal is a wrong paper where you should not allow yourself to be exposed for lack of knowledge of the published relevant work. So, and must be thorough with the methodology. Methodology is one challenging thing. Please be thorough with the methodology. And what we look for is the methodology. It will help. You can easily, within a fraction of a minute, a reviewer can judge whether this is a professional paper or not, going by this methodology. So have experience of methodology. And the other thing is sometimes the proposals lack future directions. Why you are doing this research? What are the future directions that you can give? As far as this area is concerned, COVID-19, everyone is seized of this issue. What is that research proposal that is going to give future directions as far as social media intervention in COVID cases, COVID vaccination, level of awareness or level of perception studies are concerned? Then comes the absence of rationale. If you don't have the justification for conducting research, your proposal may get rejected. And then you show unrealistically large amount of work, which is another issue with the proposal. And even with PhD, we try to chew more than you can bite. Be specific is what the research says. Research is all about specific information, and it's not general, a broad area. It is a very, very specific area. So identify only the adequate amount of work, and that will help you. And please keep this in mind, is grant process in any agency, any organization is systematic, rigorous, and you have to face competition. And be thorough and be prepared to face the competition. So that is, with that, I conclude, and I wish all of you best of luck for your research proposals. And I'm sure that you will be interested in submitting the research proposals, because now there are many opportunities, as I pointed out in my presentation. Thank you, friends. Yeah, if there are any questions, or if anybody would like to add on to or whatever that has already been said, you can go ahead and do it.
Thank you, Madam, for the wonderful presentation. It was indeed thought-provoking and super informative.
I'm not able to hear. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. It was indeed thought-provoking and super informative. I strongly believe that it has inspired most of the participants today, as it has always inspired me. And your note on peace journalism is the need of the hour, madam. We will seek for your guidance in the future as well. Now we will keep the session open for questions and answers.
Is there
Vidisha D'Souza.
Chat box?
Yes, it is in the chat.
Should I open?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Yeah, I'll go. I'll open that.
Yes, ma'am. Vidisha D'Souza from St. Joseph's College, Bengaluru, assistant professor. She's asking, could you please tell us how the theoretical framework is associated with the entire research? How do we conclude our studies with a theoretical framework associated with our studies?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and that is where we are all weak. We are not linking our research. We do wonderful work, but we don't link our research with theoretical work, framework. And I give you the easiest example of uses and gratifications, UNG theory. And what are the uses and gratifications one gets out of social media? And if you are working on social media, then definitely you can use. I'm just giving you one example, and you have to link the UNG theoretical framework, whether your study approves or disapproves the UNG theory. Okay,
Yes,
and if it approves, why it approves, and if it doesn't, why it doesn't. Okay, so because yours is an empirical research, you have the quantified research or quantified research, so quantitative research. And how do you conclude? When you conclude, you have to link it with the theoretical framework, any theory for that matter, whether it is bullet theory or the uses and gratification theory. You have to link with the theoretical framework. That makes research more meaningful. Okay.
thank you,
Next
ma'am.
question.
Thank you,
Yeah.
ma'am. Nisarga MN, assistant professor from
Yeah.
Mysore St. Feminist College. She has a
Huh.
question. Which
Huh.
forum we can approach for funds right now?
Yeah, I gave you the example of UNICEF, but UNICEF should be approached through your institution. Okay, it requires institutional support, collaboration. It will not collaborate with one faculty. It collaborates with an institution. So institutional collaboration, and I keep looking for ICSSR website. Okay, recently there was a call on Impress. Okay, and that was it invited a lot of proposals, and all over the country the response was overwhelming. And ICSSR is one dependable source that you can easily depend. But UGC has not opened up. It has stopped both major and minor projects right now. But ICSSR is definitely supporting, funding, right from holding conferences to research projects. Okay,
Yes,
open the ICSSR.
yes, noted, ma'am.
Yeah,
Bhagyarashmi Padaki, she is asking, I would like to know whether a freelance journalist, I was a freelance teacher, journalism teacher as well, like me, can get research projects or they are meant only for teachers. That's what she's asking.
yeah. I call you as an independent journalist. Now, there is nothing like freelance journalist. You are an independent journalist. Okay. If you have affiliation, accreditation, okay, you may not get government funds, because government, UGC or ICSSR requires institutional, either private or government collaboration. But as far as other funds, other agencies are concerned, for instance, Melinda Gates, okay, or Infosys funds, you can definitely approach. Okay, there are private funds, funding agencies, and many NGOs are getting it. And you can, as an independent journalist, yes, you can approach and submit proposals. And in one of my slides, I have given you the resources and where you get these notifications. So, International Network of Journalists, IT journalists, you please go back to that slide, and after that, you can share my slides with the participants, and they will get information about resources, whom to approach, and those resources you can approach as an independent journalist. But as far as UGC is concerned, it requires your affiliation with an institution, either private or public.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Shweta Mangalat, she is asking, Madam, could you please give an outline about the scope of interdisciplinary areas in media studies?
Manya Venkatesh? Manya
Shweta,
Venkatesh? Okay. Shall I read?
yes, ma'am.
Manya Venkatesh wants to know, could you please give an outline about the scope of interdisciplinary areas in media studies integrated with arts and culture? Usually these areas are handled by language disciplines. So, Maya, you have asked a very important and interesting question. And our area of journalism and mass communication is encroached by everybody, and we have not been able to, we have not been able to, this is Nesara's question. Is
It
it
was
Nesara?
Shweta
Okay.
Mangalat.
Ma'am, what we are
Okay.
doing is we are taking the question
Whose
from
question is this?
Usha ma'am. We
Huh.
are taking question from the YouTube link and posting it on the chat box here.
Okay. Okay.
So
Fine. Fine.
the question is
Okay.
from Shweta from Aloysius College, Mangalore.
St. Aloysius. Okay. This is definitely the trend today, and the emphasis and research focus of all the funding agencies and research institutes is integrated research. That is interdisciplinary research. You have to integrate with others, and arts and culture is one area where you can definitely tie up. And please go through film studies, whether you are studying you can tie up with in the area of cinema. And if you are working on political cinema in India, you know how to, what you are dealing with. You are dealing with arts, you are dealing with aesthetics, you are dealing with some of the classic films that have been made. So you have to, there are many opportunities to integrate with the arts and culture. One of my PhD scholars, Mr. Nagaraj Navimane, who works for Vijay Karnataka, he's working on Rangayana, and he's working on theater and communication. Okay, that's a very interesting study. That is how media is promoting culture, art and culture. So definitely there is a big scope, and that is a trending area. That is a trending area, and it's original. Idea is original, and there are many interdisciplinary journals. So you can publish not only in journalism but also in arts and culture journals.
Well,
Next
thank you,
is,
madam.
madam, these are questions. Okay. Any other question?
We will, Manjula CS, Assistant Professor from the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Hassan. She's asking you, please guide for the beginners in research field.
Okay. Is it the research proposal, or you are a beginner? Are you in teaching? You are in teaching, right? I understand that you are a teacher.
Yes.
Okay. So Nesra will answer for you. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
And what I am trying to tell you in my presentation is, you may be a beginner, but you may have an original idea. Okay. The idea matters in research. Okay. That is your USP. That is your trump card. Okay. First, find out your area of interest. You are a beginner. You are interested in social media, I'm sure, or you are interested in development journalism, or you are interested in media law and ethics, or you are interested in the freedom of speech and expression and social media. So you select this area and start working on them. Working on them in the sense, you have to do a review of literature in this particular area, wherein you will gain knowledge. Okay, that is important. You have to be knowledgeable, informative, to write a proposal or to work on any project. Okay, and it's don't get disheartened. We started as beginners. I started as a beginner, but I ended up my career with a UP project, earning something like 5 crore project in the history of universities in Karnataka. So this is something all of us can aspire for. It is possible for every one of you. But one thing, the challenge I tell you is the review of literature. Study preliminary studies. Somebody said art and culture. Do preliminary studies. You will know the methodology. You will know what are the findings and what kind of background information is available as far as art and culture is concerned. You want to work on gender studies, you will come to know about Sandra Burns and her index. We are talking, and we teach advertising without using this index. That is the sad part of it. So my call in the very beginning of my presentation was to motivate you to bring research findings to the classroom. Okay, it need not be your own research findings, research papers. There are a hell lot of research papers available in the databases. Bring them to the classroom, share it, and you will be very knowledgeable. I hope I have answered your question. I wish you all the best.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, madam. Dr. Usharani, madam. It was a great opportunity for all of us. And thank you, everyone, participating in this session. The second session starts soon. Please stay with us. Thank you.
Thank you. The Nitte team, headed by Dr. Ravi and Dr. Nesira, Dr. Anisha, and others, young faculty, and very promising faculty we have in Nitte. I hope you people go places in the next few years. I wish you all the best. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We'll begin the second session in a couple of minutes. Please stay online. He's online. You starting? Yes, I'm changing. Can we start? Yes. Good afternoon and welcome to the second session of the Faculty Development Program on Media Research, Approaches and Opportunities. My name is Melvin Matthew Thomas and I will be your moderator for the session. Today in our midst, we have Professor Dr. Burashavat Dasgupta, Director of School of Mass Communication, Arts and Design from Sister Nivedita University, Kolkata. Professor Dasgupta is both a media professional and a media educator for more than 4 decades. As a media professional, he has worked with national dailies like The Statesman, The Economic Times, and The Financial Express. As a journalist, he has written extensively and produced television programs on topics ranging from politics, social sciences, and the environment. As an educator, he has also headed media departments in universities in Karnataka, Gujarat, and in West Bengal. He has lectured in universities across the world, from the US to the continent of Africa and Singapore. As an academic, he has written and edited books on media, society, and environmental science. He has published academic articles in peer-reviewed journals and has conducted UGC refresher courses for teachers and has been a PhD guide. He's on the editorial board of Global Media Journal. This is a small write-up from a CV that runs for pages and pages. And today he will be talking on writing research papers for peer-reviewed journals. We are privileged to hear from you this afternoon, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the very flattering introduction. And it is really my privilege to be able to connect with you all again in Bangalore. Though I belong to West Bengal, but I have spent a number of years in Karnataka. I have been in Bangalore several times. I have been the director of Manipal Institute for Communication for 5 years. I've traveled across Karnataka, and Professor Raviraj is one of my dear students, and I have always been encouraged and and felt very privileged to come down to Nitte and lecture you students. And I do intend to come again, but in fact, I was last year, but because of the pandemic, I could not. We had to cancel the entire thing. And I think we will soon kind of get over this problem which we are facing now. The reason why we are online, and that is one of the the gains we can say of the pandemic, so that we can connect online and speak speak. It's though we are not there physically, but I'm sure we will be more benefited once we can be physically present there and interact with you very soon. Now, today my topic, of course, what I have been told is regarding our I should say our research, how to write a research paper for peer reviews. Well, this is something which is very basic, and I appreciate my former speaker giving a very knowledgeable and a very detailed account of how research can be made use of to get funds and everything. But I would like to go a little more, in basic ways of doing research, because most of you will be knowing what research is, because many of you are PhDs, we have done your research. But even then, I would like to, speak a little bit. It might sound a little elementary, but I think I'll build up from the elementary level and try to, introduce a lot of elements which are required for, getting it published in the in peer-reviewed journals. So we will follow step by step how to write a research paper. So I made a small presentation. I'll go step by step. Just give me a minute. I'll start with the presentation. Is it visible? Is this slides visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, before I start on the details of the research structure and everything, let me sort of build upon my personal experiences, because there are lots of differences. In fact, I was hearing. I entered late in the last session, and I was hearing some of the questions saying how whether the journalists can kind of write papers and get published or rather get funds. So this is one I should say a dichotomy, and this is what I personally faced in my life too, because my 40 years has been rather quite surprisingly divided into 20 years of actual field journalism and then 20 years of teaching. So these are two areas which I had a tough time sort of combining the two. And I don't believe in any biases that the journalists are less educated, or the academics are better qualified for research writing. Or this is a skill which anybody can adopt. It's only the willingness to to understand what is the difference between writing for newspapers, writing for as a journalist, as a professional journalist, and then writing for an academic paper. So if we can follow the differences and give a little bit of time to overcome the other, I think one can write both. And I did try, and I wanted to write for both the newspapers and the academic journals. This is something which I have picked up. I'm sure there are lots of great authors, people who can write very good editorial page, leaders, and at the same time write excellent, research papers. This is possible, but maybe this is not very common among journalists. But there are cases where journalists have been able to do both, and even academics also. They have written academic papers and written, a good, fluent journalism pieces. Now, trying to understand the difference and trying to find the similarities as well. This is a very common picture for any journalist who intends or does writing. This is something which we teach in our academics, but this is not something which the journalists, they do it instinctively. They don't, understand, or they don't, follow when they are practicing a journalist. They don't go by, I would say, they don't go as an academic or a scholar trying to understand what inverted pyramid is. They actually do it. They follow the inverted pyramid as instinctively, meaning a writing where you write the most important things at the very beginning. That is the lead, where you have that formulaic form of structure: who, where, what, when, why, how, all the 5 W's and 1 H. These are very common elementary first year academic discussions, but this is something which the journalists do in a profession itself without even knowing that they are following an inverted pyramid style. So this is the journalistic style which we as journalism professionals follow without even studying what inverted pyramid is. But now when we come to the academic writing, and this is what the structure is for an academic writing, and this is a very long drawn process, and it is here that we try to understand how an academic writer, how an academic paper is made. It is not, as the other one, the inverted pyramid, that instant literature or instant creation of writing. It is not something which you just concentrate on the lead, give all the details in the first 2 paragraphs, and then forget about it. Just add to it, and that is the kind of quick writing that we do in journalism. But it is very different, and here in the normal writing process, this is the academic writing process where we plan things like pre-writing. Identify your topic, who are you writing for. You do a lot of discussions, gathering your ideas. You do reading, your literature review and everything. So this is what you do. In pre-writing, you spend a lot of time deciding on what you want to write. And I remember, as a journalist, when I used to write my reports, when I went to the spot and while coming back, maybe traveling or maybe walking back, I have already planned what I want to write. In fact, the lead is already planned there. So that is the quick form of writing which we do. And we don't have this pre-writing stage, which an academic would do several days or even months to prepare oneself to write an academic paper. So that's the big difference. The pre-writing for a journalist is just a few minutes, maybe between the event that has happened and the person who sits down on his computer to write the page, the lead story. So pre-writing, there goes the difference, and then you start drafting the thing. You write and rewrite. Then cut it out and reduce it. So that is, you have a lot of time to do it, and you do it in an academic, but not as a journalist himself. He doesn't have the time. He has to follow deadlines and finish it off. Here, after the drafting is done, with following the rules, we'll come to the rules a little later. But then after the drafting or the methods are followed in which to write and, you organize and rethink and clarify, all this is done. Then you go for, you send it for peer review. And that is one thing which I will come to in great your academic article, whether that has followed the format. I have told you that the journalist also follows a formula, a 5W1H. Here again, in academic writing too, they follow a format. And what is that format? And that is something which we will discuss a little later. So that whether you have followed that format, that is something, something of a key which has to be kind of, discussed and kind of reviewed by the peers. Peers meaning, specialists, academic specialists, media specialists who go through these writings and find out where they have gone wrong, or whether the argument is okay. Whether the introduction is okay, the literature review is okay, whether the analysis, the methodology of the analysis is okay. All these are parts of research that is looked into by the viewer, and hardly the peer will allow you to go through without a change or a revision. It will be again sent back to you, and then you will rewrite with the suggestions given by the peer reviewing, and then that's the editing part. Whatever has been suggested by the peer review, it is done, or it is edited by the person concerned who is writing the essay, the journal, and then after the editing is done, it is again second time it is looked through by the peers, and then finally they give an okay, and then it is published. So you see, it is a long drawn process. It's very unlike the inverted pyramid or the instant writing that we do in journalism. So please keep in mind, and journalists are not to be disheartened, because they are not used to such a long drawn thinking process and process of writing academics. But if you if you plan to do an academic writing or do a research paper and get it published in these venerated journals, and if you want to get it peer reviewed, then in that case you will have to have the patience to go through all these systems, not follow your the usual style, the inverted pyramid style, which you do, the instant form of writing which you do as a journalist. So if you have these ideas clear, that what kind of writing you are doing for journalism, what kind of writing you are doing for academic papers, process of thought. And I wouldn't say that it is always very easy. I took a lot of time to understand the process and then change my thinking process. The way I used to write for the newspapers, that inverted pyramid style, and then the usual academic writing process of writing, pre-writing, drafting, reviewing, editing, and then going for academic publication. So these two divisions, big divisions, and since we do not always try to follow the difference, we generally misunderstand. The journalists misunderstand the academics misunderstand the journalists. But I'm sure there has been a change in the last decade or so, and people are journalists and academics are coming together. Their misunderstandings are over, because these are the troubled time for media, and it is important that we understand our methods of writing and thinking needs to be understood more fully. Now let us try. We'll start from the basics. Trying to understand what research is. It's not that the journalists don't do a research. They do a research, but in their own way. The academics do a research in their own way. the research is nothing but, we look for information. We are always in the process of research. This is something might sound very simplistic, but it is true. I mean, we are, always looking for more information, and then, the process of writing is different. The journalism process of writing is different. The academic process of writing different. But the thinking process, searching for information is thing which is basically research. In Latin we say re being again, and serse is to search, and it's like recalling the Molière, the great dramatist's character, Moshe Jordan. That has been several times replayed in Hindi and other kinds of movies, and like the Sikh turned gentleman, where we find a rustic becoming a gentleman, and then says that, am I writing prose? Similarly, like for example, when I don't know that I speak prose, the teacher tells him that speaking prose, and he said, I have been speaking prose for the last 20 years and do not know that it is prose. It's similarly that we are researching always. We have the tendency to research, and we do not know that we research. It is only, the element of research is, for example, now today we Google. Google is also a kind of research. But you have to understand, these are elementary kind of research, and there is a big difference between everyday research and a scholarly research. The everyday research is very instinctive. It is subjective. You Google things, and that is where you find information from different places, and bits of information and put them together. But then the scholarly research is naturally, it is much more structured. And that is where, that is what makes the difference. The research has to be in a more organized manner. And there makes the difference. There you need time. Even in journalism, you have to go through all the details so you don't make mistakes, whether you have given all the details, whether you have answered all the 5 Ws, 1 H. That is the journalist's concern. Here in academic research, you will have to follow the, I'll come to the basic structure of research. There you will find how to write the introduction, how to write the literature reviews, how to do the field work, collect information, do the analysis, and then finally come to the conclusion. There is a structured way of doing things. So it is important that we understand this. And remember, if you are wanting to get it similarly, in a newspaper office, your news editor or the chief reporter will go through your copy and see whether you have given all the details or not. Similarly, in the peer reviewer, he will go through whether you have followed all the structures of research. That is an important thing. Now here, there are 2 major broad methods of research, and you make a combination of both. One is the primary kind of research and the secondary kind of research. And I didn't follow this till I'm quite late in my career. That journalists, for example, they do basically are into primary researches. What people say, he said, he, according to him, this is how you write. The journalists write always are in primary researches, whereas the academics are more into secondary researches. They refer to books, journals, websites, search engines. That is what the secondary research is. But today, both the academics and the journalists do both primary and secondary research. But primarily, the primary research is basically the job of the journalist. Whereas today, secondary research includes also Google search and the web search and everything, the material you take from the web. And here comes a problem which we will discuss a little bit later. the problem of copying or the problem of plagiarism, which has become rampant because we are today using more and more secondary research. We are using more from copy from the from the web, and lose our own language skills, or use our own expressions. That is lost. I mean, the primary research is getting muffled by the amount of material that we collect from the web. But let us keep in mind that in research, we always have two kinds of research. The primary research actually, and the primary research also has you through questionnaires, for example. I mean, in academics, we get the primary information by sending questionnaires to people, when we make a survey, and the documentation is also when we go field to field and collect information. So those are all, when we work in the field, that is all primary research. In academics also, we do more and more primary research, but usually the primary research are reserved for the journalists, and the secondary research are for the academics. Now we do both. And the other two ideas which are very common in in research is what you mean by quantitative and what you mean by qualitative. These are two major areas in our research areas, the major ideas. One of the greatest divides in social science research is trying to understand what is qualitative and what is quantitative. Now, Jitu says when you talk about quantitative data, it is more philosophically we call it a positivist approach, where we represent through numbers, more objectively. We analyze through statistics, and qualitative data is more through words, pictures, icons. It is more reflective. It's we introduce themes, and this is called post-positivist approach. The quantitative data and the qualitative data, we use both. And remember, with all the the softwares, all the counting softwares, or the statistical kind of software, we are more and more moving into the quantitative form of research and losing sight of the qualitative. Qualitative means more analytical, more something which is more thoughtful. I won't say that quantitative doesn't include reasoning, but the quantitative part is more with numbers. But remember, these are two very important divides, but sometimes it is quite misleading because we kind of both use quantitative and qualitative, and use qualitative rather try to explain qualitative ideas through quantitative. For example, simple. When you, for example, give marks to your students, what do? You give 10 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 for a very good student, or 2 out of or 3 out of 10, which is a bad student. And that is what you are, kind of understanding a qualitative idea, the merit of the students, through a quantitative way. So this is something which we are always doing. We are trying to interpret qualitative ideas through quantitative, qualitative idea through quantitatively. For example, we talk about development. The UN introduces or brings about the Human Development Index. What does it do? It is metrics for understanding development, and that is what development is, a qualitative idea, and qualitative idea is interpreted by statistics, by quantitatively. So these divides that we have in social science research is sometimes very misleading. We will try to understand this division, but don't be too finicky and say that I will do only quantitative and not do qualitative, because qualitative and quantitative, these methods of analysis, you can say these are analytic methods. These analytic methods are they merge at many points of time. I've given you the simple idea of the Human Development Index, for example, or just evaluating a student's merit through the marks you give to them. You are interpreting a qualitative idea, the merit, for example, merit of a student through marks or through the numbers. Yeah, and this is what makes the research become difficult. Difficult in the sense, some people were saying in the last session also, were saying how to do multidisciplinary, whether we should do multidisciplinary. Yes, for example, my department today is both mass communication and arts and design. These are all areas which in other times they were separated areas which one wouldn't come together. But today, in this new digital world, for example, even great ideas like science and arts have come together. For example, if I give you the example of say today, the binaries, the 0 and 1, that is where the computer language, for example, is the 0 and 1. Here it is a statistical numerical idea, and everything is interpreted by the 0 and 1. Your ABCDs or words are interpreted by 0 and 1. So what has happened is they have come together. So interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary approach is the order of the day. You can't get away from it. You can't keep separate. Even science and arts, you can't keep separate. And leave alone the other things like humanities and mass communication and other. And mass communication itself has complicated itself because it is very, I would say it's very comprehensive. It is very inclusive. It brings in a lot of other sciences into and arts and humanities into it. So we have to be open. And for practical purposes also, I'll come to that point when we are talking about journals. There are today, there are a very good communication journals where you can publish, but mostly these communication journals are, in abroad, in US or in UK. India has very little journals. Good journals. Peer-reviewed journals, you can say, where you can publish journalism articles. And here it comes a problem. If you can overcome this idea of staying just in mass communication and take interest in other areas, you can write in and say, taking an anthropological, say ethnography, you can write in an anthropological journal. So there are many journals in other sciences and other arts, hardly good mass communication journals. This is the scene in India. So if you take a multidisciplinary approach in your, in your researches, you get better opportunities to publish your articles. You need not always go for these mass communication journals. You can publish in other journals as well. If you take the help of, say, as I said, anthropology, you take an ethnographical approach to your study of films, for example, and other things, you can always publish it. So multidisciplinary is something which is the order of the day. You should adopt a multidisciplinary approach in your research, and that makes a little bit the subject a little more difficult. There can be a semiotic approach if you are studying, studying films. Semiotics is something which is very common thing which you will do, and that comes from language. It comes from linguistics. Aesthetic. Literature. These are areas you can take these approaches. You can go into theories, psychoanalytic theory, sociological theory, political, economic, anthropological. So all these theories can be added, and the perspectives can be philosophical, historical, comparative. So this approach makes, these are all, I would say these are all qualitative approaches. Qualitative approaches which make your, I would say it enriches your research. So, don't shy away from taking a multidisciplinary approach in your research. It gives you not only enriches your I should say your research. It also kind of gives you more opportunities to get published, more journals to publish your article. Now here, this is a very important. I mean, this is simple, but at the same time, I would make it more simplified. The entire process of research into three. I say it's a three-step approach. Research is mainly a three-step approach. First is the proposal, second is the methodology, and third is the conclusion. That's all. Simple. Three-step to research. The proposal, of course, I mean, if you go into the details, then it becomes complicated. The proposal includes the objective, why you are doing the research, why doing a PhD, for example, you will take at least 3 years to complete your PhD. So why will you spend so much of time? You need to make your justify. The objective has to justify all the effort that you do. That, in other words, you also, put in hypotheses. The data collection. These are all part of the primary, secondary data. The literature review is also part of the proposal sections. Literature review is nothing but you need to know when you are giving a proposal, when you are, taking an approach, or you are deciding on a subject. You need to know what has been written about, or what has been, all the relevant details that are all around. That is literature review. So you will have to show the peer or the reviewer. You will have to show that you know, when you are talking about a subject, that you know whatever has been written, whatever the latest that has happened in around you. So you will have to do the reading. So literature review is also part of the proposal. And then comes the methodology, where what is the analysis part, where you you have to do it the quantitative. You can do it the quantitative way. You can do the qualitative way. As I explained, quantitative is more dealing with the numbers. You work it on spreadsheets. You work with SPSS, the analysis part, the softwares. You present in graphs, tables. This is quantitative way of presentation of your data. And where in the qualitative part you take approaches, a psychological approach, or a literary approach, or a historical approach, or a narrative of this difference. I always prefer, and I tell my students, understand what qualitative analysis is, understand what quantitative analysis is, and try to mix the two. I have, in fact, sent a video, Creswell's video. Creswell is one of the very well-known person in the US. I have sent a video explaining what mixed research is. I have sent it down to the administrators of this workshop. They will, if you ask, they will give it to you. Creswell's, the idea of mixed research. That shows that how to, combine the qualitative and the quantitative analysis methods. So methodology is important. And one tip which I have to tell you beforehand, before we talk about precisely the peer reviewing part. Remember, the peers, when they look into it, they first look into the methodology. All three, but then the methodology is important. Whether you have been able to use the right methods, what kind of quantitative methods you have used, what kind of qualitative method you've used. So these things has to be very clearly done. So once the proposal is made, you start getting the data from field data, from your reading and everything, all that you do, and taking an approach or a particular method of perspective, whether it's a historical perspective or psychological perspective, whatever you take. So all these, whether that is okay. So that is the most important part of your research, the methodology. And finally, then comes the conclusion, where you come up with all the details that you have given. You present in a neat graphical fashion, in the quantitative data, and then make some statements from those data which are qualitative in nature, giving a very social or a literary or whatever approach you have taken. That is all that has to be kept in mind. So these three are the major the elements of the research process. And remember, if you are not clear with this, you will not get past the peer reviewing part. Any peer review journal will reject if you are not following these three sections of your research. And finally, the bibliography. That is also a very, very important. I mean, how you cite. I mean, I've told you. I mean, with the Googling part coming to it, with search engines and everything, you have you have an information overload. With all the information, there is a tendency, and there are people who do it. I mean, you take one element from this particular section, that particular section, and combine them. And there, I mean, if you are not acknowledging them, then you are guilty of plagiarism. And plagiarism is one thing which is no research body will accept. I mean, today we have very good research, plagiarism softwares. The first thing that your paper will have to go through is through the plagiarism software, showing how much of a borrowed material you have. I mean, and if they are not acknowledged, then it is a reject. It is not acceptable at all. The plagiarism part is very important in research. If you are taking material, you are free to take it, but acknowledge. Always acknowledge. And there is a method of acknowledging. And that is what this particular slide tells you. This is in simple. I mean, it is a complicated method, but please remember, I mean, when you make your bibliography, because I've told you, when you are doing the literature review, all the books have which you have read, or even if you have not read. I mean, I follow the old statement of Sir Francis Bacon, who says everything is not to be read. It says, I mean, about books, he says some books are to be tasted, some book to be swallowed, some book read and digested. So very few. I mean, maybe some basic books have to be read and chewed and digested. You chew and digest maybe 4 or 5 or 10 books, but I mean, you will have to have a bibliography or reading list which you have referred. You can say that you have to taste. I mean, tasting a book, maybe read from the flap, or just read the first paragraph or the conclusion, just getting the hang of the book, and that has to be referred. And that is part, and that makes your bibliography stronger, so that you know whatever has been written about your topic. So the bibliography part is important. That maybe will run into finally for a PhD paper, the bibliography run into about 100 books or something, and that has a structure. The citation and this bibliography, the citation there are a lot of ways in which you do it. You do it the MLA way. The Modern Language Association is basically the author, title, city, publisher, and the year. This is the way you quote from a book. Or the APA style. We follow the social sciences communication researchers follow the APA style, the American Psychological Association. It is the author and year. See the difference? In the first MLA style is author, then title. But in the APA style is author and the year. So you will always go by the author and the year, then title, city, publisher. So keep in mind these simple rules, and it becomes easy. Otherwise, you mess it up. You can't mess up, mix up the MLA style and the APA style, or the CMS style, the Chicago Manual style, which basically are done, followed by historians, history writers, and everything. So these are three main. There are other the citation styles, but the APA style is, I think, is the best style which you will follow. But that's the conventional way of doing it. So, research is not a very difficult thing. It's not something fearful. Everybody can do it. You need to have a patience. If you are a working journalist, you will have to change your method of thought process, and be more patient, and be ready to write and rewrite and restructure till things are more focused. And then in journalism, you never you say according to the chief minister, according to the prime minister, or something like that. That is your way of citation, but that is not the citation of the academics. The citation of the academics is you have to, it's a secondary source. You will have to quote from which author you have taken which book, when was it published. All these details have to be there. So this is a major change in writing, which you will have to adopt. And it is a very painstaking. So you will have to be, it is not something, it's a kind of a territory where it is out of bounds for you. You can always enter, but you have to be prepared to go through this discipline. That is most important part. So I think, more or less, it summarizes the whatever I wanted to say. I'll go through a few more slides. Some are the illustration. That's like when you start with a research idea, then the literature review, theoretical formulation, then the empirical research design, data collection, data analysis, answering the empirical question, theoretical interpretation, comparison with. This is the research process in a diagrammatic manner. And here is the quantitative. When you collect the data, then you what are the ways in which you collect quantitative? You talk face to face. You take online data. You talk over the phone. You take mail and everything. And then qualitative data tools are almost the same, but some of you take in-depth interviews, for example, group interviews, online communities, web chats, online forums. You have so all these are different ways of collecting data. It's the same thing. Just getting the two different methods. They add up to. Now, these are some of the important issues which I would like to take up one by one, which will help you to understand a little bit about the issues that come up for all researchers. First of all, which are the communication journals I can write about? What is an impact factor? What do you mean by impact factor? What are basically peer reviews? There in UGC, for example, they have a care list. The journals which are authentic, where you can publish these things. So these are things which you have to know a little bit when you want to write. And then the Indian journals, whether there are good Indian journals which have to be followed. First, I will take up this the idea of communication journals and the impact factor. This is something which you have to know a little bit. Let me go to another slide, or I'll take up another small booklet which I'll show you. Just go through. Give me 1 minute. I'll just show you. You keep this slides, and I've sent this slide to the authorities, and you are free to get hold of these copy of these slides. Just let me explain a little bit about the communication journals and the impact factor. Let me see. This has to be over. Yeah. This is it. Which is it? Sage article, peer reviewers. Yeah, impact factor. This is an organization, the National Communication Association. The impact factors, journal quality, and the communication journals. A report for the Council of. A little dated, but then it is it gives you the method. First of all, keep in mind all these impact factors, the ideas which they, the quality of the journals. These are more, I told you, not for so much for communication. Yes, today we have a number of good communication journals, but it started with journals which are scientific journals. Physics, mathematics, anthropology. These are areas where the science literature, it is an attempt at documentation of the science publications. Now, it started in 1955. It continued for a lot of time. But then for journalism and for media, it was Thomson Reuters who started this, I would say this data and citation of journals. Let me explain a little bit about this. First of all, who are the communication journals? It says very clearly that it is definitely because of the efforts of the national communication associations and everything. These journals have, in the last, say, 97 to 2018, there are about 72 journals from 40 to about 72 journals that has come. But remember, all these journals, this is a list of those journals like J&MC Quarterly, J of Public Relation Research, Journalism and Broadcasting, Electronic Media, Journalism of Communication, Human Communication Research, Communication Theory. Remember, this is an important thing which you have to understand. 64% of the journals, including in the communication subject category, are based or are published in the United States. If you want to peer review good quality peer reviewing journals, these are the journals, and these are really tough. I told you, these peer reviewing, they will go through every inch by inch, every line to see whether you have followed the structure. That may not be the case in an Indian context, but then you hardly have any Indian newspapers. I was instrumental in bringing the online journal, Global Media Journal, which is now with the Manipal Institute of Communication. They do it in collaboration with the American universities. But then, but the thing is, that is one journal, and I think there is one more journal. I forget the name. There's another journal, maybe one or two, which are basically journals which are recognized in India, recognized by, by the UGC, by the KA list. The UGC has a KA list, and these KA lists are mostly the journals which fetch you points. These API points, they call it. To get these points, you will have to get it published in these journals. But most of these journals are, scientific journals or social science journals, and that's why I always encourage media students to look for a multidisciplinary approach so that you can publish not just and restrict yourself to 2 or 3 journals published in India, but more of these social science journals. There are a lot of lists. You can go to the UGC site and look for the care journals. But talking about the communication journals, which are about 70, 75, and most of them, 60 to 70% of them are American journals. If you can publish them, follow their rules, nothing like it. You are an international scholar. You follow the rules, and it is always good to do it. But then, remember, it is really, really tough. That is one. Here, for example, the country of journals origin, 2012 says the USA has 46, UK has 12, Netherlands has 4, Spain, Australia, China, Germany, Slovenia. Nowhere is India to be seen. So all this peer-reviewed journals, these journals are something which are basically you have to keep in mind that if you have to have good publication, good peer-reviewed journals, you have to go international, and you have to make up quality. Otherwise, it is difficult. And the other aspect which is difficult, which everybody uses it, but I doubt how many people follow it. I'll come to that, but before, this graph is also important. All these journals are followed by some of the publishers. You have to follow these journals which you saw in the list which I showed you. They are either published by Taylor and Francis, or Sage, or Wiley and Blackwell, Elsevier. These are the big publishers, and all these journals are part of these publishers. You will have to go after these publishers and be able to publish it. So I do a little bit of. I'll show you a few of these peer reviewing, which I do, and that I do for Sage. Sage has a lot of number of journals, communication journals. But I'll show you the peer reviewing method in which the type of journals which or type of articles that come for peer review. I'll show you in a moment. But keep in mind that these publishers are basically they keep control of the communication journals. Taylor Francis, Sage, Wiley Blackwell, Elsevier. These are the big publishers. And what is these impact factors? Here, this is the key paragraph. You say it is basically the number of the number of citation, how many times those journals have been, or these articles published in those journals have been cited. It depends on the citations. How many people have have been quoted, have been read. These all that when you are taking a journal publication and quoting that is a citation. So that adds to the journal's quality. So a journal's impact factor is the average number of times articles from the journal published in the past 2 years have been cited in JCR year. JCR year is they take it up as the communication and journalism year. That's how they calculate it. The impact factor is calculated by dividing the number of citations in the JCR year by the total number of articles published in two previous years. So this is a statistical calculation which we have to keep in mind that even if we don't go into the statistical jugglery, we have to keep in mind that impact factor is basically how many times that article or that journal has been cited. The more articles are of that journal are cited, the greater or more the impact factor. So you have to keep in mind what do you mean by impact factor? What is basically which are the communication journals? I've shown you the lists. So these are things which you have to keep in mind before you start writing or sending these papers for peer review. Now I'll show you a few of these peer-reviewed articles which I had done. I have kept it for you. This is maybe I'm breaking the rule of a peer reviewer, but then I can show you to some extent because that has been peer-reviewed and then published. So I'm just explaining the method. So I want to show you how these journals or how these journal articles comes to the peer reviewer. Let's see. Here. See this article. It's another article which comes through from Sage, the Asia Pacific Media Educator. Here is a journal is a peer-reviewed article which came to me, which I peer-reviewed, and it was then published. And this is it's a very recent one. Journal name is Asia Pacific. The manuscript, they give an ID. The academic paper, the manuscript title is Coronavirus Pandemic, How National Leaders Frame Their Speeches to Fellow Citizens. The keywords, they use the keywords, the narrative, storytelling, politics, all these are methods in which you have to present it. And then you will have to write an abstract. Yes, you see the mark which says for peer review, which has been sent to me. And then here, and the manuscript for publication. It after the abstract, the key peer review. Here comes the introduction, and then the literature review. All these are done in the fashion, and my job is to look whether all these structure have been maintained, whether these whether these I should say whether these the introduction is focused, whether it is really talking about the idea which he is trying to a project that has to be clarified, and then the literature review, whether that has adequately covered the recent pandemic coverages, COVID-19 pandemic coverage, and from where these quotations have been taken. See how it has been, cited. Bennett, Lawrence, and Livingston. That's the authors, and then the APA style follows not the not the title of the book, but the the year. So the author, the year, it's the APA style, whether that is being followed, and you don't mix up with the APA style with the other the MLA style. So this is what I have to look into. So this is the literature review. This is also very important. This is done, and then comes the methodology. You see how it has been structured, whether the methodology has been properly. What is the methodology? How it has been analyzed. How they have taken all the speeches of the different the Prime Minister Modi. Then this was done when the former American president was there. Who was this president? Pardon? Who was the former president of the USA?
Donald Trump.
Yeah. So he was at that time, and then they have taken the British Prime Minister also, and a Chinese Prime Minister, and then USSR, rather Russia. So how they have tackled this, how they have spoken to the people, those speeches have been analyzed. How it has been analyzed, that is explained in this. You can say in the methodology. Method is they have used the word framing. Framing is, he has explained what is basically what it is framing is all about. And then in the methodology, so what is the method of analysis he has done? The tables are also there, because he has, at the end, he has shown how many times he has spoken. Then there's the conclusion. So let's see whether the tables are there. Should be. I think after the bibliography here, the bibliography is clearly made, and then comes notes and everything, and here are the tables. Presentation. How many? The United States President Donald Trump, the speech delivered on March, and the number of words in language. China, President Jinping, Jinping, then Japanese Shinzo Abe, then Germany Chancellor Angela Merkel, then India Narendra Modi. So all these have been collected, the number of words that have been used, and all these have been later analyzed numerically and you can say quantitatively and qualitatively. Quantitatively, they have been very nicely presented with all these tables and everything, and the qualitative analysis you have seen in the earlier phases. The framing part. That framing is basically a qualitative analysis. So all these tables have also been included. So you will have to present it. It's not a very long article. It's about 18 to 20 pages. And it has been approved. It has already been published in Asia Pacific Media Educator. So these are the things which you will have to follow a little bit. As I told you, please follow the structure of the and this is what the peer reviewer looks into. Whether you have written the introduction, whether the abstract, the summary, and then basically the you can say whether the intro has been okay, and then whether the literature review is okay, then the methodology, how you have looked into the the না না ভেতরে যাবে, ভেতরে গিয়ে তুমি ভেতরে গিয়ে যাও, ভেতরে গিয়ে ওটাকে নিয়ে এসো। নন্দা রায় মজুমদার, হ্যাঁ 11 তলার সেকেন্ড ইয়েতে। I'm sorry, I just had to take a call. Now, here, keep in mind that these structures have to be followed. Unless the structures are followed, it will come back to you for putting it back into the structure. I mean, like for example, if you are not following the inverted pyramid style, in the newspaper office, you will have to rewrite your stories. I mean, initially, I remember how many times I had to redo my stories. Similarly, when I started doing my academic writings, I had to redo so many times. I mean, the peer reviewing will compel you, unless you follow these structures, they will come back. It will be sent back to you, and you will have to, redo the entire thing. So I've shown you these what kind of peer reviewing is done, what kind of articles have to be written, what is your structures that has to be followed, and there is a form which the peer reviewers fill up. This form is like, for example, here you see. It's simple. After I read through, whether I accept or not. If I don't accept, then whether needs to be a minor revision or a minor revision, additional review required. No additional review required. A minor revision is okay, or has to be a major revision, or you reject. So all these options are given to me. Then the comments. I have to. The editor-in-chief of that particular journal has to be. I have to give in what I have read, what I have felt. That is a confidential note which I've sent, and I have also send a note to the author also, a simplified version of what he has to do. So this is the format which every peer reviewer has to follow. I mean, this this format is all. These are all. I told you. I have to follow this format. Even the peer reviewer has to follow this format. You need, and this is, I disclose it to you. Remember that if you are not following the structure, then I will send it back to you saying that major revision. Or if you have followed the article, or your argument is rather a little bit confused, then I say a minor revision. Then there will be another reviewer. Or if I say that if the minor revision is okay, then it can be published. Or if you have not followed structure and everything, I might be sending it back. Say that it is rejected and it has to be rewritten altogether. So whatever I do, it's a simple process, but I will have to read the entire thing and then send it back. So the things which you have been able to collect is, first, you have to maintain quality. Look up these journals, which the listed there. I have sent that the booklet which I have shown you. This booklet is also available. It will be with the authorities. You can ask for them. They will give it to you. And then please follow the structure for peer reviewing. If you don't, it will come back to you again. Now, there is one more thing which I would like to show you before I complete it. This is an kind of This is a SAGE book, How to Publish Your Communication Research, an Insider's Guide. This will be also available. Look at it. Compiled. This is something which will show you the you can go through this step by step and say the manuscript submission process. Select the right place you send your manuscript. Right place meaning they have mentioned it's an American, for the Americans, Iowa guide. We don't have access to Iowa guide, but I've given you the the guide for the National Communication Association, where they list the magazines that's there. But in America, there are much more greater. They say there are about 100 communications. I said that they had identified about 70. Now they have there are 100. But remember, most of these good journals, peer-reviewed journals, are in the US or in UK, in Europe, but hardly any in Calcutta. So the first thing which you need to do is try to make an interdisciplinary way, so that you have a greater access to greater idea, other journals where you can publish. A few, one or two or three, which journals are there. Look up the care list. A few journals which are recognized, you can write for them, and the same rule follows. You will have to even in the Indian journals also, peer reviewing is basically looking at the structure that you have, whether you have followed or not. Yeah, and this you have to send it directly to the editor. And it is a checklist, author's checklist for manuscript submission. Whether you have given the covering letter, whether provide the history, presentation, acknowledge whether you have got any funding for that in the title page. Then you have to give them abstract. Then the text, what is the length of it? What are the references? What are the references given the tables? Whether you have given the tables. All these have to be added to your and some of the details also, whether the paper has been double spaced, other copies are readable and checked for missing pages, does the length exceed the guidelines? All these are all pages numbered sequentially, is the article free of spelling and grammatical mistakes, are the levels of heading within the text consistent, are the page numbers provided for all quotations, do text and references agree both in terms of date and spelling? All these have to be looked into. What the editors will do, this is what I've told you, after it reaches, sent to it, the editor will send it to the peer reviewers, the specialists, and usually there are 3 people who will look into that article and give their opinion, and the editor will decide what to do. That is it. Whether this is the details that what the reviewer do. What will the reviewer do? Typically, within a week of receiving the manuscript, the editor will send your manuscript to the reviewers with a request to review it and return with comments by a due date. Usually 4 weeks, a month or so. 2 to 3 reviewers are a norm. So that is how it is sent. Okay, and all that reviewing has done. It goes to the editor, and editor sends it back to the author again, whether to be revised or not, and then. Once, whether it is a revision or rejection, that is decided upon whether you have followed the structure, and then sorry, কি হলো? আরে চাবি বন্ধ না কিছু নয়, ওটা 2 নম্বর টাওয়ারে রয়েছে, তোমার জন্য অপেক্ষা করছে। তুমি ইয়ে করেছো, কি বলে, বেল টিপেছো? আচ্ছা, আমি দেখছি। Sorry, this is a disturbing character. Okay, this is what I had to say all about, but I would rather stop here and ask for any questions that is there to be answered, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for your session, sir. First question, we have a couple of questions. One from Dr. Anisha, Associate Professor at NICO. Choosing a right journal is a task. How do we go about finding the right journal? I'll frame a second question as well. How do I verify if the journal is indexed or high impact factor, as we have many predatory journals out there?
Yeah, I think I have been talking about this. You will have to go to the UGC, site. UGC site has kind of, clarified. They have mentioned, they have given you the warning, which are the predatory journals, which are not, and which are the recognized journals. So UGC gives you, the details. Clearly gives the detail which you should avoid, which journals you should avoid, which are the predatory journals for the Indian context. But for the international context, you will have to go to this listing made by the National Communication Association, the listing which I've given you. So that list should be good enough.
Yeah, we shall share that list with
please,
everyone.
you can.
Okay. The second question is from Dr. Tapasvi. He wants to know how we can check for conceptual plagiarism. Is there any way, any software to trace down conceptual plagiarism? That's his first question. Sir? So I think your mic is muted.
Yeah, tell me.
Sorry, did you catch that question? Should I repeat?
No, I couldn't. I mean, if I could just.
Okay, I'll repeat the question. Is there any way of tracing down conceptual plagiarism?
Conceptual plagiarism?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, in fact, I mean, all these, there are lots of plagiarism softwares, I mean, which are there. I mean, what are the plagiarism softwares? I have not got the list of these plagiarism softwares. These softwares, I mean, not just show where it is taken from, but what ideas have been taken from. That is conceptual softwares. I mean, they are detected by these softwares. There are a lot of softwares.
He also has a follow-up question. Is there any way to understand the readership of a journal before we submit our articles? Or do you think it is necessary to write according to the interest of the readers?
Well, it's a tricky question. I mean, the thing is, as I told you, the journals are, I mean, I should say they are evaluated by their citations. I mean, that's how they are evaluated. The readership is basically is just like, I mean, not just, I mean, like only reading is not good enough. I mean, whether those reading has been I mean, made use of, whether it has been cited in some article or the other, that gives the, I should say, that gives the basic recognition to the, I should say, to the journal, not the readership, the citations.
Right. I think that's it. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights with us. I'm sure it's helped us a great deal. We hope to host you soon here as well once the pandemic.
Yeah, in fact, I have a session tomorrow also. Right. So if there is any clarifications need to be done, that I can look into tomorrow's session.
Yes, sir. We will take it. Thank you so much. Sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I shall hand it over to Dr. Nitte.
Thank you, Melvin. Welcome to the third session for today's FTP program. Welcome, Professor Melkote, sir, Srinivas Melkote. He's a professor in Bowling Green State University. He has been a teacher in the field of media, production studies, journalism, and mass communication for more than 30 years. He has taught at universities in India, US, and Jamaica. He has researched and published extensively on the range of issues ranging from role of communication in directed social change, participatory communication, diffusion of innovation, international communication, health communication, quantitative studies, and also communication pedagogy. His book, Communication for Development, Theory and Practice for Empowerment and Social Justice, is a core text for courses on media and communication in colleges around the world. His core interests are examining the role of media and communication in achieving social justice. Professor, we are privileged to have you here today. We all are looking forward to hear from you. Sir, the session is over to you.
My camera is not working. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
My camera is off. Can you see me?
No, sir.
Now?
No.
I don't know. It's turn on camera. It says Control plus E. So let me try that.
Yes, sir.
My camera is not starting up, no? Turn on camera. My camera is on, but I don't see myself on the screen.
Same here, sir. We can hear you, but we are not able to see your visual. Maybe you can log in and log out once. Log out once and sir, log in again.
Log out of the system?
Yes.
Log out of this connection.
Yes, sir.
Log out of connection.
Okay. Okay. You can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. This is only the camera. All right. Hello, I'm in. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
But you still cannot see me, huh? Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you.
But I can't see myself on the screen. Can you put me on the screen?
Yes.
I don't see my picture. I see you. Oh, you're the only one who can be on? I mean, I don't know the rules of the game.
No.
So there must be a small thumbnail with your video on the bottom left, or on the bottom on the top right.
On the top right, I have a thumbnail picture of myself.
Yes, wonderful. You just have to click on. Yeah, you just have to click on that, and you'll appear. Could you try that?
I have to click on that. Okay. All right. Very good.
Can you see yourself now?
Yes, I can see myself now. Just wanted to make sure. So I'm ready whenever you want me to.
Yes, sir. The session is over to you.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk to all of you. I believe there are students and faculty and others who are here today. And it's a privilege to be able to speak to all of you. As you all know, the topic I chose was to look at the role of media research overall in critical social change, which is my main subject, also called as development communication. So the role of communication in social change. But while that is going to be the overall theme of this talk, I'm going to be focusing on COVID-19, a pandemic, which is on right now all over the world. I mean, COVID-19 brings home globalization in a very big way. There's not any part of the habitable globe today which is not affected by this disease. So look, I want to use that as a case study. But my emphasis is going to be on the overall issue of development communication in a critical social change process. Okay. So with that, I will set my watch here. Okay. The COVID-19 pandemic was first identified in December 2019 in Wuhan, in China. The coronavirus, as we all know, spreads between people, primarily during close physical contact, through droplets produced by coughing or sneezing or talking. There is no effective medical treatment to contain the virus yet. And its debilitating effects, on the human body are seen as, every day. So in the absence of pharmacological and medical interventions, changing behavior has been recognized as the best way to contain and prevent the transmission of the disease. Although the coronavirus is the agent that causes COVID-19, transmission of the virus depends largely on human beings who can transmit it if they do not practice safe behaviors, such as washing hands with soap or using hand sanitizer, maintaining a physical distance of at least 2 meters between people, wearing a face mask, avoiding crowded indoor spaces. Therefore, in the absence of pharmacological or medical interventions, the burden of stopping or reducing the spread of this virus is on the behavioral sciences. Behavioral change communication plays a prominent role in this process, as it helps to disseminate information, knowledge that may prevent risky behaviors, and spread awareness of the disease and its transmission. COVID-19 prevention messages disseminated through the mass media, they're disseminated through the mass media, through social media, through interpersonal sources, through community awareness programs. And these messages are directed towards inculcating safe behaviors, as I told you just a minute ago. However, these programs have been largely unsuccessful in bringing about appropriate behavioral change with many people, including heads of governments, ignoring or willfully violating guidelines provided by medical scientists and not practicing safe behaviors. So, in this talk, there are 3 or 4 themes that I'm going to be touching upon. The first one, what I'm going to be talking today to you, is analyzing the reasons why risky behaviors by individuals. I'm going to be looking at reasons for risky behaviors by individuals by reviewing behavior change research, with special reference to psychological and sociological theories, theory-based behavior change communication models. Okay, so let's get started then. While a large majority of people in every region of the world have been following risk reduction behaviors, it has not been consistent. Meanwhile, many people have ignored or violated the rules and guidelines for practicing safe behaviors. Reports from the mass media, such as TV news and programs, social media sites such as Facebook or television or Twitter or YouTube, and other online outlets have described many instances where people have refused to wear face masks, refused to avoid close physical contact with others, even in crowded indoor spaces, and several other infractions of the recommended safe practices. So let's analyze the reason for these risky behaviors by reviewing behavior change research in psychology and communication. I will focus on some important variables identified in health communication. In health communication research. The first variable I would like to take on, that plays a very important role in people indulging in certain kinds of behaviors. One of them is level of risk perception. How likely is it that I will get this disease? And if I get this disease, how likely is it that it is going to be serious? We all go through this process. So at its core, the matter is one of risk perception. Mass media reports have indicated to us that if the perceived risk of perception was high, people usually complied with most or some of the risk reduction behaviors. However, if the level of perception was low, such people tended to ignore the rules and guidelines of safe behavior or practice them inconsistently. They believed that they were not susceptible to the disease, or if they even did get it, it would be minor. The reason given in many such cases could be labeled under the third person effect, which is that negative effects happens to others. It doesn't happen to me, it happens to others. This sort of reasoning has occurred in earlier instances like anti-tobacco smoking communication campaigns, when smokers attributed the bad effects of smoking to others. Other people have problems, not me. The second variable that I would like to introduce here that has an effect on whether you're going to practice some safe behavior or not, and which interacts with the perception of risk, the first one I gave you, is fear. Fear. Are you afraid What is your level of fear in contracting COVID in this particular case? Social science theories have addressed this issue as a toss-up or as an interaction between level of risk perception and level of fear. Fear can go from low to high. Level of risk perception can also go from low to high, right? And the two don't act independently. They interact together, and they can have different kinds of effects on our behavior. For example, some people with high fear appeal, very high fear appeal, like you're going to die, okay? So when the level of fear is very high, they have tended to dismiss the ill effects of COVID-19 by saying, nah, that's too much. That's not logical. Oh, that's just hype. So this effect is similar to results of other studies that have been done in sociology and psychology on varying the levels of fear in persuasive messages. And they have found that when the level of fear is very, very high, the level of compliance with the behavior is low. So high fear means people have low compliance with the new behavior. This has been shown in many experimental studies. Others have resorted to a phenomenon called cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is that in your mind, you try to argue whether everything makes sense, whether this is going to happen or whether this is not going to happen. And even if the level of risk perception is quite high, hey, I might get it, still you can kind of argue yourself to, nah, that's not going to happen. That's called cognitive dissonance. We try to reduce, whenever we get any message that goes against our behavior, against our beliefs, immediately there's a psychological tension in our mind. Okay? We don't like psychological tension. We want to reduce tension. So what do? We have two options. One, follow the behavior. Okay, done. Or don't follow the behavior, but somehow convince yourself that whatever is being told to you is nonsense, doesn't make any sense, And you can convince yourself, like chain smokers will convince themselves, well, I'm not going to get cancer. Why will I get cancer? And these guys, they just exaggerate. I don't care. That is a process of cognitive dissonance. So individuals who felt, also go through cognitive dissonance, and also such individuals felt that even if something happened to them, they were competent to perform the task that was needed. Okay, look, even if I get COVID-19, I know what to do. I know, exactly what to do. I'm not afraid. So that's called self-efficacy. And so some of them have self-efficacy and say, I think I can handle it, even if it happens to me. The third variable that I would like to pick up is the quantity and the quality of information and knowledge about the subject. We all need to know and have accurate knowledge about something before we act, right? So, unfortunately, large-scale diseases like COVID-19 are marked by risk and uncertainty. We're not certain, we're not sure. So in such critical times, like right now, COVID, people look up to their leaders, religious leaders, political leaders, head of governments for knowledge. Hey, what is going on? For guidance, what should I do? What can I do so that I don't get COVID? Unfortunately, in this particular case, we have had leaders of all stripes. We have had responsible leaders and we have had irresponsible leaders. For example, the previous leader in the United States and the present president of Brazil, to give you two examples, because these two countries, USA and Brazil, have been the leaders in the number of cases and deaths. So, and the leaders have wavered in what kind of information and knowledge they have provided. And we saw how in last year in summer, there was such a big spike in COVID-19 cases. And when such leaders do not always give you accurate information or do not allow medical scientists to give you accurate information, instead talking about all kinds of dramatic and unconventional cures or practices, individuals get confused. Hydrochloroquine, does it work? Yeah, it works. No, it doesn't work. You know, that is just one example for you. So individuals and families have been confused, leading to great difference in carrying out risk reduction behaviors. And then we have something new, a 20th century baby, and that's called conspiracy theories. Today we live in a world of conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories, basically, what do they mean? These are so-called theories which are either completely false or highly exaggerated or misrepresents somebody or something, and it attempts to provide knowledge or experience that says, don't believe medical experts, don't believe this person, don't believe that person, what they're telling you is not true, it's false, and if possible, portray that source as evil, as manipulative, they're out to get you. Okay? Right now, even before COVID-19, there has been conspiracy theories against taking vaccinations of any kind, saying vaccination will produce this, produce that, bad effect. And so conspiracy theories are all over the place, especially if you are a consumer of social media. You are, open to conspiracy theories every day without even you knowing about it, because they are very smart of how to convince you. Further, sufficient and accurate knowledge about any phenomenon, including COVID, have always been important for psychological modeling. Yet, all this confusion and wavering by political leadership in some instances, and in some instances even by the medical establishment, about the transmission routes of the virus, what will happen, what will not happen, have led to information confusion, thus interfering with the risk reduction behaviors. Lack of adequate knowledge and correct knowledge also affects our self-efficacy, because when for example, let's take the example of the face mask. When a person desires to use a face mask, now wearing a face mask for protection is not one single act. It involves the adoption of a series of small and new behaviors. And not adopting any one can defeat the purpose of wearing the mask. For example, what type of mask should I put on? Can I just take a handkerchief and, tie it around? Will that do? Why should I wear a surgical mask? How should I wear it? Should it cover my nose and my mouth? Or can I leave my nose open? How does it fit on my face? Are there pockets, that I should make sure that there are no open pockets for the virus to get in? How long should I wear the mask? Should I wear it all the time? Can I take it off now and then? And when should I replace the mask or wash? If it's a washable mask, how often should I wash the mask? Now, there are so many pieces of knowledge just dealing with the mask. Where should I touch the mask? So the higher communication research has showed us that the higher the number of stages in adopting a new behavior or an innovation, greater are the challenges in successful adoption, successful behavior. So in simple terms, each minor adjustment brings new learning and new practices, and people might continue or discontinue. Now take my own example. I wear glasses. Now those of you who wear glasses know that having glass on a mask is a problem because your glass fogs up. So you have to know the right way of putting on your glasses so that the lenses don't fog up, right? And so sometimes you just give up and forget it. This is too much of a problem. Okay? And you discontinue use. So that's an example of how any one of these can over time lead to discontinuance of wearing the mask. Okay? So that is another issue. We need accurate knowledge. We also, unfortunately, now in the 21st century, we have gone from when I was a college student in India, there was one source of communication on the wireless system. It was called Akashvani and Doordarshan. That's it. Nothing more. There was no internet. I couldn't communicate easily to people. They couldn't. Now compare that with today. Today there is a proliferation of information all over the place. It is so easily available. I am talking to you. You're sitting somewhere in South India, in Mangaluru, and I am here in Bowling Green, Ohio. It doesn't matter. Imagine this happening when I was a college student in the 1970s. But a book has two covers, right? So the advantages of this have come with the disadvantages or limitations. There's very easy access today to bad information. I talked to you about conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories can have a viral effect. That is, they can spread like a virus, very fast, very wide, because of online media. And since there's so much of exposure to online media today, COVID-19 messaging has become hopelessly confused. And this has resulted in many people disregarding medical science and disregarding safe practices to avoid getting the disease, right? Let me move on to another variable. By the way, these variables are separate for the discussion, but actually in real life, they're all mixed up. So I'm pulling apart different variables that have an effect on your behavior, whether you will do something or not do something. In this case, safe behavior with COVID-19. The next variable is the source of the message. Who is telling you? Media studies have been done for many decades on source credibility. And they have found that higher the credibility of a source in the eyes of the receiver, the greater is the compliance with the suggested behavior by the source. So when a public health expert or a medical doctor or epidemiologist is considered to be credible, for example, in United States, it's Dr. Fauci, who's an epidemiologist, who's very credible. When such people give you messages, then the believability is high in the eyes of the receiver, and compliance with the prescriptive message that person is giving you is also high. The same thing can happen for very popular political personalities or even actors, actresses. So when high-profile politicians or other public personalities with no public health expertise, like our previous president in the United States, no public health expertise about COVID-19, they have provided messages which are discrepant or wrong with the prevailing knowledge and the guidelines of the medical sciences. The previous president of the United States gave a lot of bad information, but, excuse me, but he was considered very popular among his followers, right? They believed him, okay? And there are many examples, and I don't want to get into all that, but we can certainly talk about that later on. People have believed that. There is a very popular news channel in America called Fox News. Fox News consistently gave bad information about COVID-19, but Fox News happens to be a very popular channel, especially among certain groups of people. And they got convinced by what Fox News was. Fox News had personalities who were telling, oh, COVID-19 is just going to disappear. It's nothing, it's just like a common cold or this or that. Don't worry about it. So when sources have high credibility, they are able to sway your knowledge, your attitudes, and your behaviors in a direction they want you to go. So sources of messages are very important. That's another one. The last one, and probably a very big one that I want to take on, is environmental variables, environment, things around us, right? You and I don't live in a soap bubble. You and I live in a society, in a family. We speak a certain language. We practice a certain religion. We have certain values. We have certain traditions. We have certain lifestyles, etc., etc., etc. Plus, there are other environmental variables, right? economic variables. Your social class, your economic class, where are you? Are you on the richer side, upper middle class, lower middle class, poor? Economically, I'm speaking, okay? That makes a huge difference in terms of a lot of other variables. Your access to medical care, the kind of food that you can afford to eat on a regular basis, and so these, I would like to call this as social and cultural variables. These are very influential factors, right? One example that I talk with my students all the time is about the fish and water. The fish swims in water its entire life, as long as it's alive. Okay? If hypothetically you manage to get hold of a talking fish and pulled it out and asked the fish, "Oh, fish, tell me, have you seen water? Do you know water?" And the fish is going to tell you, "Excuse me, water? What is water? I don't know." The fish does not know water because it is always in the water. You take it out of the water, the fish will die. The fish swims in the water. You and I swim in culture. We swim in our environment. So many times we don't even know what is there. We accept it. Many times. Sometimes we have to accept it. There's a lot of air pollution. What can you do about it? You have to deal with it, right? That's just one example. There are many other examples. So these are influential factors on individual behavior change. But I want to take up one special cultural variable, religious leaders, or ideas coming from the religious traditional leaders. For example, we have had examples from all over the world where, for example, in South Korea, when the disease first broke out in February 2020, many believers of a certain church contracted the virus. And in other places, in India, the trustees of the Ayodhya temple also suggested that faithful people are safe because Lord Ram will protect you. Or in Jerusalem, 74% of people who live in ultra-Orthodox Jewish neighborhoods, they tested positive. Now, what's the reason for this? Because some of these religious leaders, I'm not talking of all of them, who have high credibility, have encouraged their followers to ignore or flout the safe behaviors recommended. For example, not supposed to be in very close contact physically in indoor spaces. But when you go into a church or when you go into an enclosed space, a temple or a mosque or wherever it might be, it's okay because you're there for a religious purpose, as they are being told. It's no different than being in a place for a social party. So I would like to sum up these five, and I would like to move on to the next theme of my thing is that while the quantity and quality of risk reduction information is important, the lack of accurate risk reduction information actually may not be the missing link at all in risky behaviors, because many experiments in the past, for example, use seat belts when you drive. Don't drink alcohol before you drive. And just to give you a few, in spite of messages going out, in these areas, people have not followed the right behavior. Okay, They have shown conclusively that such factors such as adequate and authentic knowledge, the level of credibility of an information source, fear level of risk perception, and cultural norms, social norms, environmental factors all mediate in the process of behavior change. And this constant interaction, we don't know which way it's going to go. And to that you add conspiracy theories, and you have a very interesting environment here. So that explains to some extent why we have so much of variance in people's safe behaviors. By the way, everything I have discussed with you until now has been told to us from psychosocial theories, and they have been applied in information campaigns for family planning or a healthy diet or discouraging cigarette smoking, HIV/AIDS, oral rehydration therapy, ORT. Okay, and these models have shown us that knowledge, attitudes, norms, beliefs, levels of risk perception, self-efficacy levels, etc., could intervene in the behavior change process, producing a variance in the outcomes between change. Could produce a variance in the outcomes, and the behavior change could range from performing the desired action at one end of the continuum or all the way to the other end, choosing not to perform. Without going into any detail, some of the health communication theories I have used here are health belief model, social cognitive theory, theory of planned behavior. These three, I used them a lot in explaining to you some of the things we talked about just now. But I would like to come back now and I want to introduce a second theme here, and because we are talking of critical social change, and I want to use this COVID-19 as an example. An individual's environmental factors, social factors, cultural factors in his or her environment have a decisive effect on individual behavior change. Now, let me focus here on, use this and look at the limitations of health communication. Because health communication in general has not paid a whole lot of attention to the social environmental variables. Because the health field and psychological research guiding human behavior has had a narrow focus on individuals as the unit of analysis, and not really examining the social networks, the cultural networks, or even the environmental factors in the adoption of new behaviors. It's very important that medical science, or at least the social science theory that we talk about, needs to go beyond individual level variables to group level variables, systemic level variables. Okay, otherwise we are looking at individuals as if each one is independent of the other and lives in an artificial soap bubble and not in a society. Okay, we all live within a culture, we live within a certain environmental context, a certain geographical context, a certain social context, and they all bring their own challenges. Let's take the example of COVID-19. Okay, let's look at the limitations of behavioral change research that is done without looking at the environmental factors. So I'm sorry, I'm trying to think what I should bring up as an example here. let's look at our normal rules of conduct and our social cultural norms in society, in any society. Okay, what COVID-19 has done has introduced many behavioral changes, okay, or at least wants to, at the individual level. Don't do this, you don't do this, you don't do that. Okay, you need to maintain 2 meters from the next person, okay, and so on. But as human beings, one aspect of intimacy, and a very important aspect of intimacy, is physical contact, right? This is what we call as ontological characteristics. It is part of us. There's nothing we can do. For example, the closer we are to somebody in an interpersonal relationship, the more difficult it is to consistently maintain physical distance, right? Physical distance among individuals is an index of cultural and social intimacy. And what COVID-19 is telling us is to violate that contract. Okay? And therefore, this leads to problems in following that. All right? Great variance in following safe practices of physical distancing or even wearing face mask. Lockdowns, has become an everyday cultural social behavior, and that has faced resistance from many, because what lockdown does is it prevents you from interacting with other people in a cultural situation, in a social situation, in an economic activity. And these are all very important for our daily lives. We cannot do without that. And so lockdowns are not very popular, right? Now let's take some other examples. The 20-second hand wash, besides quarantining and face mask. 20-second hand wash, sounds very simple, doesn't it? Right? But in practice, it is not so simple. It means you need to have access to clean water, its equitable distribution. Okay. Now, in many contexts, this is not available. Clean water is not available. Okay. Very few homes in a country have piped water supply to their homes. In many places, there is no access to clean water. Also, a 20-second hand wash uses about 2 liters of water, or half gallon. Now, if I wash my hands 5 times a day, that would be 10 liters of water. A family of 4, it's 40 liters of water. Now, water is a precious commodity. And there are many water-deprived communities where this luxury is not possible, right? So we go for chemicals, and we don't know if those chemicals, how effective they are and how dangerous they are. Same with face covering. Many people wear face masks that need to be washed. Again, water, we come back to water again. Or you have to buy these masks, and they can be a problem. Isolation, quarantine, I talked about it just a minute ago. But let's talk about another aspect. In many developing countries, poor people and those who live in rural areas, they don't have the infrastructure or the architecture to enable self-isolation. A large percentage of the rooms have of homes have only 2 rooms. Excuse me. On an average, 4 people live in a home with only 2 rooms. So you don't have a place to self-isolate. Many homes don't have a toilet in rural areas. So these environmental and structural factors have posed a challenge to successfully self-isolate or quarantine at home. What about the response of the national healthcare system? easy access to diagnostic test, delivery of the test results in a timely manner, effective methodology for following up people who have screened positive, including contact tracing, creating an ecosystem that incentivizes people to practice safe behaviors. The response of national healthcare systems has been very patchy in this particular aspect. So this has erected additional obstacles in following risk reduction behaviors. Now, these are all environmental variables I'm talking to you about. And this brings me to a very important aspect in today, and that is critical social change. Okay? And I want to move on to that here. So using this as an example, I want to look at how can health communication research, social science research help in development communication, help in an inclusive development and a kind of a progressive social change development, so that we don't have these kinds of inequalities, especially due to environmental variables. Now, let me take the example of COVID-19, and my examples are from United States. The poor, the racial minorities, and the marginalized and vulnerable groups such as women, rural residents, children, every country of the world are worst affected by the inequalities in the healthcare system, and especially with killer diseases. Now, let's take the COVID-19 example, and let me take the example of US. We have data to show that 2.5 times more Black people in America are dying from COVID-19 compared with white people. Okay, 2.5 times more. And the studies have showed in medical journals that Black citizens of America, they suffer from racial and structural inequalities. For example, in the US, regardless of age, there's nothing to do with old people only, Black patients are more likely to suffer post-surgical complications and die than white patients due to poverty and lack of quality healthcare. What about babies? The study has showed, medical journals again, Black children have 3.5 times more likely chance to die within a month after surgery when compared with white children. Going beyond United States, we can take some data from the World Health Organization. Has reported that in developing countries, malaria disproportionately affects poor people who are not able to pay for the treatment or live in areas with good hygiene and sanitation and have limited access to healthcare. World Bank data shows that nearly 1 billion people are mostly poor and they lack access to reliable source of clean water, and nearly 2.5 billion people in the world live in unsanitary conditions. Okay, these are real numbers we are talking about. Okay, and so whether it is COVID-19 or anything other than COVID-19, when it comes to development, when it comes to social change, data seems to show that the environmental variables, including knowledge variables, the poor, the vulnerable, these folks suffer much, much more. And in critical social change, we don't want this. This is not development. Okay? So we need a kind of social change development where there's no inequality in such important things like food, water, education, protection from disease. Okay, so we need to be looking for theories, looking for political and social action for social change with social justice for everybody. Of course, social justice is a big word, okay? And basically, social justice is making sure that we have no major differences between the haves and the have-nots, between the rich and the poor and the middle class, in important resources that are necessary for development. And since every society, India, US, and many parts of the globe suffer from inequality, it's very important, and this is not the place I'm going to go in great detail, but looking at the power distribution, social power, economic power, political power, the difference, the inequality in power distribution, the inequality in democratic participation of the poor, the marginalized, and the vulnerable, they're very important. For example, COVID-19 in India, which is one group that got into a lot of trouble, the migrant labor. They were left high and dry by everybody, including the government, right? They need to have a say in the democratic debate in our societies, on our TV channels, or wherever in the parliament, say this is not okay. We need protection. The poor, the marginalized, the vulnerable, they always take the brunt of everything, right? Even today, those people who can live in the safety of their homes and do virtual work are better off than those people who have to actually get up and go and work, like laborers, like guards, keeping guard of either an ATM or something else. They have to actually go out, like drivers. They have no choice to sit at home and sanitize their keyboards and work. So these are some real issues you and I need to think about, and especially when it comes to critical social change. So what is social justice in health communication or health? Social justice is practices that guarantee good health care, well-being to all members in a society, regardless of gender, class, caste, age, race, ethnicity. Everybody should have access to basic health care. Individuals should have access to a clean and safe environment in which they can live, they can work, and raise families. They need access to basic education, especially for females. So social justice requires a pervasive need to establish and sustain social, economic, political, and media structures and policies that guarantee equity, including health equity. Right? So that is something. So I would like to conclude by talking about what can development communication or media research be working on to enable this and make it possible. We have read in our textbooks about the right ways to communicate and the wrong ways to communicate, effective communication, strategic communication, and all of those good things. Those are very important. But we also need to look at critical factors in society and what can social research, communication research, development communication, what can they do in terms of communicative actions such that it is possible to reduce the inequalities in access to health resources, social resources. Without going into any great detail, I would like to take a few and very quickly talk about them. Social mobilization is important. What does this mean? We communicators, educators need to expand the public sphere, the janta, as they say in India, the janta. Expand the public sphere and public communication. We need to encourage democratic participation in a public debate. Okay? Media mobilization, and this is related to social mobilization. Media are used to mobilize societies and people, influence public opinion, like I'm trying to do to you, raise awareness, win public support. Media should ensure increased coverage to issues of social justice in society. Mobilize that. Increase grassroots participation. We have been talking about this for a long time. That continues to happen. We need to have participation of all levels of society. For example, the migrant workers need to participate also in our democratic debates. But nobody seems to know their way of life because they don't contribute anything to the debate. We need grassroots participation. Empowerment communication. We need more leaders, local leadership. We need local communities that can demand things that they need. For example, in my locality, we have an open sewer and sewage water is flowing. This is not okay. The city must do something about this. Deal with it. Take it up. Also increase people's knowledge about things so that they are empowered in their knowledge. Social movements, organized resistance, advocacy communication, raise awareness of issues like this with important constituencies, influence policies and decision making. That's advocacy communication. Networking, build coalitions with other organizations, with other bodies, other groups that share your concerns. Strengthen your partnership between your stakeholders. These are some of them that I could be talking to you about. These are all the things that can be done to bring about greater equality. Okay. In conclusion, now that my hour is coming to an end, I would like to reiterate that achieving social justice, whether it be not contracting COVID-19 or not contracting some other disease. So social justice in health outcomes and development are difficult tasks. It's not easy, They're very difficult. They require a lot of work in a lot of areas, but then we cannot give up because they are essential for achieving progressive social change. We want a society that can guarantee basic access to survival and health-related factors and the well-being of a person. And we all need to fight for that. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a wonderful, insightful session, especially with various theoretical framework in context of COVID-19 and also about the health communication and the inclusive development you spoke about, and the data you presented with the US context is really an eye-opening. So here we have few questions. I would take the questions to you, sir, so that you can look into those questions. The question is from Manya Venkatesh. Okay. I apologize if it is a bit tangible to talk, but could you speak about activist research, particularly the potential of research on stigmatized illness, that is mental health, AIDS, etc., or even disability, and the role of research in changing the experience and perception of these illness?
Okay. Let me see. There has been good work done in the area of stigmatization. Some examples of this are in the areas of leprosy, HIV/AIDS, because people who suffer from diseases like leprosy or HIV/AIDS not only suffer from a medical disease, but they also suffer from a social disease. Because they suffer from that particular disease, they are socially stigmatized. And this has, and it continues to be a big issue with with HIV/AIDS. Previously with leprosy, even though leprosy is curable. Okay. In fact, even with COVID-19, there have been some instances of stigmatization, at least in the early days, and in some cases even today. People who have COVID-19 are stigmatized. They are discriminated against because they suffer from that particular medical problem, stigmatization. Avoid them. Don't go near them. It could be a person, it could be a business. So yeah, what can I think about it? There has been some good research in destigmatization, and destigmatization can only be done by the community, because who stigmatizes people? It is the community members who stigmatize, and the community has to destigmatize itself. It's not the medical establishment that is saying, oh, avoid people with leprosy. They're not telling you that. In fact, they're telling you the opposite, that it's curable and it's not contagious as you think. But your particular community believes in that. You need to be destigmatized. So this research has found that this kind of research rests with the community. It is receiver-centered. All right. And so how can we bring out ideas and models and strategies that can be used to destigmatize? The community members have to be involved. And in leprosy, they have found that horizontal communication models, that is, communication models where everybody in a group community has equal chance of speaking, all ideas are received and respected. You can disagree with an idea, but you don't have to disrespect an idea that you don't like. So horizontal communication, subject to subject communication. In persuasive communication, most of the time, the communication model is subject to object. You're telling somebody, do this, do that. You're not asking that person, you tell me what the problem you have in doing this. You're treating that person or group as an object. It doesn't have a mind of its own. Okay? Whereas subject-subject communication is at a different level. I, you, I. And we need to understand each other from where we come from. And that is subject communication. They have found that in destigmatization campaigns, participatory communication methods are far superior to communication campaigns where technical information is given from top to bottom. They have found that. Okay. And so that is what I would say about destigmatization for now. I'll be happy to connect you. You might want to get in touch with Dr. Pradeep Krishnatre. and Pradeep Krishnatre was a professor, at many leading universities in India. He lives in Delhi. He's done a lot of research in destigmatization of leprosy. So anyway, yeah, I want to stop there.
So I take the next question, sir. This is from Dr. Nesra from Mangalore. Do you believe that participatory research is required to understand the behavior or the pulse of the people during the crisis situation? According to you, how effective media houses are doing this?
Well, of the first answer to the first question is absolutely yes. I mean, participatory communication is very, very important. What was the case? What was the situation in which the question was asked? Is good for what? Participatory communication.
To understand the behavior or the pulse of people during crisis situations.
Okay, yeah, absolutely during crisis situation. Again, crisis situations can come in many types. We can certainly use COVID-19 as an example. Now, in my talk, I made it very clear that yes, there's good information, that can be put out, but then there is so much of other information, other variables that also play a very important part in a successful adoption of safe behaviors. And one of the things that seriously lacks today, and that is a personal concern of mine, if you have read my books, is the level of inequality we have in the world today is only increasing. And we are talking of level of inequality in basic resources, food, clean water, access to food, access to clean water, access to clean air. These are basic things. We need it to live, okay? There is so much of inequality here, which is preventable. And at other times, to prevent these things, good things don't happen automatically, is something I tell my students all the time. Good things there's no Santa who comes on Christmas and drops a nice gift to you. Come on, you need to wake up now. As they say in America, wake up and smell the coffee. Many times you have to fight for it. Many times you have to ask for it. Definitely you have to ask for it. You have to fight for it. I want clean water. Now, who's going to argue with that? Yeah, I need clean water. You're not going to get clean water simply because it is such a good idea. Many times you may have to fight for that clean water. Okay? So that is my area, development communication, where I work. So in this kind of work, take the example of the migrant labor who got stranded in cities in India. No employment, no money coming in, no food, can't even go home. There is no bus. There is no transport to take me home. And my home is hundreds of kilometers away. Many people walked. We want to do that in the 21st century. We want to send a vehicle to the moon. Yeah, we want to send vehicle to the moon. But we can't take people from where they are working to their home. Let's think about it. If we can send a vehicle to the moon, we can damn well make it possible to make sure these kinds of things don't happen. That is because that group of people, that class of people, don't have access to your high-flown debates. They are deleted. Their concerns are not important. So it's very important that when we talk of democracy, we have a real democracy. Not every few years going and putting a vote. Democracy is every day waking up and making sure that all of us are enjoying some basic sustenance and necessities in life. That is what democracy should be. What can we do as educators? What can we do as communicators? Okay. So in participative communication, you enable different constituencies to air out their views, their problems. That's very important. In fact, when we can all put our minds together, we can find solutions faster and easier. And of course, it'll be more ethical to make sure that all of us, are able to enjoy. So participatory communication, which started way back in the 1970s, is very, very important in empowerment communication. We need to have an active political situation where all constituents, and they need to have access to the media. Okay. Unfortunately, today we don't have that. Our media, television, they invite celebrities, some great actor, actress, poet, entertainer. They get access to the microphone and the camera, not the person, walking on the street. Okay. Now, is that the right thing? Is that what we want? Okay. This is all we have to talk about and raise these issues and talk about it. And so again, I would say participative communication, and not just participative communication. We have to go beyond participative communication. We have to indulge in social and political action where we can empower ourselves and empower others for a society where there is social justice for everybody. Thank you.
Sir, we have another question. Considering the evolving channels of communication, could you talk about new media research methods, particularly in health communication? How can new media be used to trace change in risk behavior? At the same time, is heavier reliance on new media in health communication leaving more vulnerable section more alienated? The question is also in the chat box, sir. You can have a look at it.
I'm not very good like you guys looking at chat boxes and talking. I cannot multitask. I
No
can
problem.
do probably. So that's okay. I got. So the question is about online media.
Yes.
Was it online? Yeah,
Yes,
online media.
New media.
And what can we do with online? I mean, what kind of research in online media? Can you one more time? Can you repeat it?
Yes, considering the evolving channels of communication, how a new media research method, particularly in health communication, how can this be used to trace change in risk behavior? At the same time, heavy reliance on new media in health communication, can it be more vulnerable?
Yeah, that's a good question.